Chapter 656. For 1,300-word chapter, please vote for monthly support. Han Jiangxue asked, "Where are we moving to?" The man casually pointed an area and said, "In this bamboo forest. Anywhere will do." "Oh, do you guys move them here every day?" Han Jiangxue asked curiously. The man pursed his lips awkwardly and explained, "No, it's not like that. We just come here once every 2 weeks. They don't really like to walk around, but when they're hungry, they'll look for food. So, the frequency of bamboo bears rolling down is not as high as you think." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "I'll continue to walk forward. I need to find out the location of the teleportation before I can use this star technique. When we come back from the tour, I'll help you teleport them out." Jiang Shao said, "If the frequency isn't that high, you guys can take a break." Han Jiangxue carefully looked at the pile of bamboo bears and asked, "Are there any cubs here?" Piles of black and white bamboo bears were stacked together in all sorts of strange postures, just like plush toys. However, Feng Hui shook his head and said, "It's hard for cubs to appear here. You know, the success rate of natural mating and childbirth is not high, and the probability of parents raising cubs is not high either. They need to be interfered with and nurtured by humans." So Jiang Shao turned to look at Feng Hui and asked, "Are there any that are artificially bred?" Feng Hui said, "We put this project on hold 1.5 years ago." Jiang Shao asked, "What's the matter?" Feng Hui said, "It's useless. There's no shortage of bamboo bears here. Bamboo bears are falling from the holy ground all the time." So Jiang Shao was speechless. Feng Hui shrugged and said, "We have to go deeper into the bamboo forest. The closer we are to the holy ground, the more likely we'll find bamboo bear cubs. Most of the ones that come out to forage for food are no longer infants." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Let's go to the holy ground to take a look then." The 3 of them bade farewell to the staff and continued to climb the mountain. After leaving the lakeside area, Feng Hui continued, "I advise you not to think about the holy ground." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Feng Hui explained, "Although your identity has provided us with some convenience, this dimensional space is too special and precious, so no one is allowed to approach the holy ground, even if you're the night watchman." Jiang Shao nodded helplessly. "All right, since it's a hard and fast rule, let's not violate it. Let's not cause trouble for our brothers. Let's look around here." However, Jiang Shao didn't expect to heal himself. This search went on for a full 7 days. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were star warriors, so the amount of exercise was nothing to them. However, Feng Hui was an ordinary person and Jiang Shao was eager to find his pet. Hence, he explored the bamboo forest at an extremely fast speed. He could still take care of Feng Hui for the first 2 days, but on the third day, Jiang Shao really couldn't take it anymore. If he continued to walk leisurely, he probably wouldn't be able to find the cub in this lifetime. Why? It was because Jiang Shao found 2 adult bamboo bears that were lying together with their heads close to each other and sleeping soundly. Under the characteristics of their first star technique, they did not seem to have the option of mating in their lives. At the end of the day, there was only one word to describe it: laziness. They were either sleeping or on the way to forage for food. Feng Hui felt that it was a pity. In fact, he didn't want to go out anytime soon. How could the cub be found so easily? On the way there, Feng Hui had already explained everything clearly, but the 2 of them were very anxious. Clearly, they didn't really intend to stay there for long. When the 3 of them arrived at the second garrison, Feng Hui planned to stay there and rest under Jiang Zhao's suggestion. Since the 2 of them wanted to speed up, he wouldn't hold them back. He happened to want to sample the environment there too, so the 3 of them decided to split up. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue's identities made Feng Hui feel extremely reassured. Their titles as students of the Capital Star Warriors Academy, members of the national team, and world champions were just icing on the cake. The Real foundation was that they were regular soldiers of the National Army. Hence, Feng Hui trusted them very much. The Capital Star Warriors Academy communicated with the Southwest Star Pet Research Institute, and not the local military. Hence, there was no need to ask the soldiers there to help search for the cub. Jiang Shao could try to use his identity as a guardian of the night to ask for help, but he didn't do so because he was full of schemes and schemes. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was carrying a large bag filled with bamboo shoots. The products of the dimensional space in the bamboo forest were somewhat monotonous, but there was a large number of them. The two of them used the local materials and easily dug out a lot of bamboo shoots in the past few days. The two of them left the area where the guardians were stationed, and Jiang Zhao's teleportation also worked. On the seventh day, Jiang Zhao was walking while feeding cotton candy to the black and white candle when he was stopped by Han Jiangxue. In Jiang Zhao's scourge ruins, there was an ample amount of snacks. Hence, the little candle had never suffered. Han Jiangxue said, "There's one over there." While speaking, Han Jiangxue took out a bamboo shoot from the bag she was carrying and walked over while stepping on the slightly wet grass. It had just rained, and the fragrance of the soil and vegetation after the rain was rather pleasant. "Hey!" Han Jiangxue walked toward the bamboo bear that was sleeping soundly and called out softly. However, the bamboo bear remained motionless and lay sprawled on the grass, completely ignoring Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue reached out and gently patted its furry belly. The bamboo bear opened its sleepy eyes and blinked. After a while, it finally reacted to the situation. Thump! The bamboo bear finally realized what had happened and was so frightened that it almost did a carp flip. However, it didn't manage to stand up because of its round body. Instead, it rolled backward and sat on the grass. Han Jiangxue tried hard to hold back her laughter and handed the bamboo shoot over. "Do you know where I can find a small bamboo bear?" Jiang Zhao, who was hugging the black and white candle, was completely speechless. Oh dear, the 7-day journey has driven Han Jiangxue crazy. She's even starting to babble nonsense to the bear. The bamboo bear reached out and touched the bamboo shoot in Han Jiangxue's hand. However, Han Jiangxue retracted her hand and didn't let it get the bamboo shoot. She continued to ask, "Where can I find a small bamboo bear?" "A small bamboo bear, the small kind." The bamboo bear blinked its eyes and rubbed the dark circles under its eyes with its claws. It then yawned loudly. Jiang Zhao, who was standing at the back, had a peculiar expression on his face. Looking at its actions that were extremely human-like, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, "Brother, why don't you take off your clothes and stop pretending?" The bamboo bear whined coquettishly and stuck its furry head over to nuzzle Han Jiangxue's calf. Han Jiangxue's heart was about to melt. Okay, I'll give it to you." Han Jiangxue placed the bamboo shoot on the ground, and the bamboo bear hurriedly picked it up. Its claws were actually extremely nimble when it came to food. Together with its mouth, it quickly opened the bamboo shoot and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it lay on the ground like a pile of mud and ignored Han Jiangxue. It covered its belly with one hand and continued to sleep. However, Han Jiangxue was still holding a bag of bamboo shoots in her hand. "Are you going to continue to sleep just because you can't see through the bag?" Jiang Zhao looked around and said, "Catching cubs is for the sake of catching star pets. In fact, we may not need cubs." While speaking, Jiang Zhao held the black and white candle with both hands and placed it on the ground. Use the star technique dependency on it. The eyes of the black and white candle flickered and the cotton candy in its stomach melted. It scampered towards the sleeping bamboo bear and jumped onto its belly. The bamboo bear was originally holding its stomach with one hand and getting ready to sleep, but it immediately felt the annoying thing jumping on its belly. When the black and white candle jumped onto the back of its palm, the bamboo bear waved its claws violently. Whoosh! The black and white candlelight left a trail of white flames in the air and flew out. No matter how lazy, gluttonous, and adorable the bamboo bear was, it was still a platinum quality creature, after all. It was good at output and defense, so its strength was imaginable. The black and white candle swung its tiny legs in panic. The 10-meter-tall bamboo forest was already under its feet, and since it was a ball-shaped creature to begin with, it flew towards the depths of the bamboo forest in a parabola. Slightly stunned, Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue hurriedly chased after it. Jiang Zhao directly flashed into the sky and grabbed the black and white candle. At the next moment, wind appeared under his feet. While running, Han Jiangxue stretched out her right hand and controlled barren wind to support Jiang Zhao's body before slowly placing him on the ground. Don't cry, don't cry. After landing on the ground, Jiang Zhao discovered that white star power flowed out of the black and white candle's eyes like two streams of tears. It looked extremely aggrieved and shivered while nestling in Jiang Zhao's arms. This time, it refused to leave Jiang Zhao no matter what. Jiang Zhao put on the ground, and it jumped up to rub against his trousers before sitting on his shoes and refusing to leave. Jiang Zhao reckoned that it was really scared out of its wits. Feeling helpless, Jiang Zhao had no choice but to put the black and white candle on his head and comfort it. Okay, I'll take you with me, all right? However, the bushes behind him swayed. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly, but she immediately relaxed. It couldn't be helped. The years of training and battles had turned her into a warrior, and it was difficult for her to change her habits. The dimensional space was extremely special. It was extremely safe, and it was difficult for any sudden attacks or fights to occur. Then, an adult bamboo bear about 8 meters long walked out slowly with a small bamboo bear in its mouth. Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Zhao with a look of joy on her face. Jiang Zhao was also overjoyed. So, the bamboo bear understood what Han Jiangxue said just now, huh? Did it deliberately throw the black and white candle away to lure the siblings over? It's confirmed. How dare you say that you're not a human in disguise? Han Jiangxue hurriedly walked towards Jiang Zhao, took the bag of bamboo shoots, and walked towards the mother bamboo bear. Han Jiangxue squatted on the ground and poured the bamboo shoots in the bag onto the ground. The bamboo bear froze for a moment and loosened its mouth, causing the bamboo bear cub to fall onto the ground. The mother bamboo bear quickly crawled over, sat on the ground, and began to eat the bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, the bamboo bear cub, who was not far away, was crying out, but its mother ignored it in desperation. The bamboo bear cub had no choice but to crawl over and to try to climb onto its leg to attract its attention. However, it was pushed away by the mother bamboo bear with a slap. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Han Jiangxue was speechless. The furry bamboo bear rolled around several times like a ball before finally lying on the ground. Han Jiangxue hurriedly scurried over and picked it up. All right, it's my mother after all. She didn't hit it too hard. If it were the black and white candle, it would probably have flown away again. The bamboo bear cub was like a plush doll that was about 50 centimeters long. It was furry and round, and it looked up at Han Jiangxue curiously. One of its black ears was even folded. At this moment, Jiang Zhao walked towards the adult bamboo bear and sat on the ground with it. He said, I'm taking it away. The adult bamboo bear used both its hands and mouth to peel the bamboo shoots. Although it was about the same height as Jiang Zhao, it was larger in size and had shorter legs. Hence, when it sat down, it seemed much bigger than Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao tilted his body slightly and nudged the bamboo bear's arm with a shoulder. I'll take good care of it. I'll definitely have enough cow and goat milk, beef and mutton, bamboo shoots and bamboo shoots, watermelon, peach, apple, banana, fried chicken, beer, hot pot, ice cream. The adult bamboo bear tossed a bamboo shoot into its mouth. Baji, 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 Jiang Zhao continued. Not only does it eat well and sleep well, it's also hugged by a lady every day. When necessary, I'll bathe, massage, and coax it to sleep. I can do all of that. The adult bamboo bear peeled another bamboo shoot and tossed it into its mouth. Baji, Baji, Baji. Jiang Zhao picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it over. Don't eat it, can you do it? Give me some reaction. The adult bamboo bear turned to look at Jiang Zhao and nudged him on the shoulder. It blinked its black eyes and grabbed the bamboo shoot while still chewing on it. Baji, Baji, friend, why don't you take off your clothes too? Stop pretending, deal? Jiang Zhao scratched his head, only to have scratched the soft and smooth body of the black and white candle. He finally snapped out of his daze and pulled the black and white candle off his head before getting up and walking toward Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue sat on the green grass like a duck that was unique to young girls. She was hugging the little bamboo bear and pinching the pads on its little claws. The little bamboo bear tilted its head and looked at Han Jiangxue curiously. Faced with such a beauty, it actually yawned. Upon sight of Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue picked up its little claws and turned the little bamboo bear around. Jiang Shao squatted down, bent his fingers, and rubbed the tip of the little bamboo bear's nose. "Shall I take you to eat all over the world?" The little bamboo bear blinked and said, Huh. Jiang Shao said, "Your mother agreed just now." While speaking, Jiang Shao turned to look at the adult bamboo bear, who was busy pecking at the bamboo shoot and couldn't care less. Jiang Shao stuffed the black and white candle into Han Jiangshua's arms and said, "Use the star technique of dependence." The black and white candle was a little afraid of the adult bamboo bear just now, but it was not afraid of the little bamboo bear at all. Upon hearing its master's order, the black and white candle jumped onto the little bamboo bear's head. Jiang Shao clenched his fists nervously and thought, "You must succeed." Although this creature is not a real panda, its original form is that of a panda. If the fusion fails, both of you will die, and this book will come to an end. The little bamboo bear curiously extended its little claws and touched its head. It raised its head, seemingly wanting to observe the creature above its head, but due to the angle, it was difficult to do so. At the next moment, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Fusion successful. 1/2. First form of dependence. Black and white candle bear. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does that mean? First form of dependence? There's a second form of dependence? Third form of dependence? What the hell is that 1/2? Am I going to take off? 4,300 words. Seeking monthly votes? Top. Chapter 657. Let's continue with the 4,200-word chapter. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Jiang Shao hurriedly opened his internal star map and began to study it carefully. There was no doubt that Jiang Shao had high expectations for the black and white candle bear. After Jiang Shao thoroughly understood the situation, he realized that the black and white candle bear was even better than he had expected. Jiang Shao used to say, "If you don't have enough star slots, make up for it with skills." Jiang Zhao's performance in the World Cup had also gained widespread recognition. Giant blades, daggers, bows and arrows, fists and kicks, all of which made people dumbfounded. Just like a comment from a netizen, "Attack the kaleidoscope." Since the previous sentence was, "If you don't have enough star slots, you can make up for it with skills." In that case, the next sentence would be, "If you don't have enough star techniques, star pets will make up for it." When Jiang Shao looked at the fourth panel of his internal star map, he was blinded by a bunch of star techniques. On the fourth panel, it was still the image of adorable black and white candlelight, and the introduction below was also very clear. Golden red candle flame cub, mutated, black, white, silver rank LV0, star techniques. However, at the bottom left of the black and white candle flame, there was a diagonal line. The arrow of the diagonal line pointed to the bottom left, where the image of a black and white candle bear appeared. The black and white candle bear was extremely adorable to Jiang Shao. "Little bamboo bear, your head is on fire." In the internal star map, he saw a small bamboo bear sitting on the ground in a daze, holding a bamboo stick in its hand. On its head was a black and white candle cap with white flames burning. What was more interesting was that the candle cap was very considerate as it released the little bamboo bear's ears. The black and white candlelight was like a custom-made hat. It was soft and smooth, and the white flame was very bright. First dependent form, black and white candle bear cub, platinum level 1, star techniques, 1. Collision, silver quality level 0, icy chill, silver quality LV, 0. Light, silver quality LV, 0. Dependence, unknown. Unique to mutated candlelight. Cannot be leveled up, 5. Negative state, silver quality level 1, 6. Round bamboo, gold quality level 1, 7. Bear fat, gold quality level 1, 8. Progenitor's body, gold quality level 1, 9. Bear clan's faith, gold quality level 1, 10. Iron eating mythical, gold quality level 1, 11. Candle bamboo. When the black and white candle bear uses its 6-star technique, round bamboo, There will be an additional effect of ice candle flame. Unknown quality, dependent on form, exclusive star technique, upgradable. See Chapter 602 for the introduction of the bamboo bear star technique. See Chapter 630 for the introduction of the black and white candle star technique. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank as he lay on the ground. Han Jiangxue got a great shock and then saw Jiang Zhao looking at the sky with a silly grin on his face. Han Jiangxue looked up at the sky curiously, only to see tall bamboos. The sky was gray and there seemed to be signs of rain. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was so overjoyed that he almost fainted. Along the way, he had worked so hard and gone through so many obstacles to obtain a total of 19 star techniques. Look at the black and white candle bear. It's a newborn cub, but it already has 11 star techniques. Even if the negative star technique was excluded, there are still 10 star techniques. Double digits. What did that mean? Under normal circumstances, an awakened in the nebula stage would only have 8 star techniques, right? In this world, there were a considerable number of awakened who had been stuck at the peak of the nebula stage and could not break through to the galaxy stage. Hence, they could not be promoted to star warriors. What interested Jiang Zhao the most was that there was actually a special star technique in the list of star techniques of the black and white candle bear. Han Jiangxue walked over with the black and white candle bear in her arms and gently kicked the sole of Jiang Zhao's shoe. What's the matter? Jiang Zhao's eyes were in a daze as he shook his head slightly and immersed himself in his own world. In the internal star map, below the image of the black and white candle flame, there is an arrow pointing to the bottom left, showing the image of the black and white candle bear. However, the arrow pointing to the bottom right was empty, clearly waiting to be filled in. Get up. Han Jiangxue kicked the sole of Jiang Zhao's shoe again. Don't keep me guessing. Oh. Jiang Zhao sat up and looked at the black and white candle bear with a candle flame cap on its head. He said to Han Jiangxue, "Put it down." Han Jiangxue squatted down and placed the small candle bear on the ground. The black and white candle bear sat up and tried to raise its head in a bid to see what was happening above its head. However, it's so sad. Why can't I see it? Jiang Zhao said, "Let's test it out. Use the round bamboo star technique." The black and white candle bear froze for a moment and tilted its head to look at Jiang Zhao while blinking its black eyes. Nothing happened. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Is this a joke? You have so many damn star techniques, but you don't know how to use them? Do you not know how to use them? Or are you just being disobedient? Or is it because it's too young and doesn't understand? That's not right either. The black and white candle bear is also in the form of a cub. Why is it so obedient? The stages of a star beast's infancy and maturity were, of course, not evaluated according to their levels, but according to time. The black and white candle bear appeared in April of this year. Even if it was born in March, it's already the end of October, and it's only half a year old now. Jiang Zhao had an idea and said, "Use the chili star technique." Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhao added, "Be gentler and lower the intensity." Indeed, in the dependent state, the black and white candle bear still had its own consciousness. Although it was said to be a fusion, it was more like a partnership. The black and white candle bear's eyes suddenly changed and became clearer, as if it had just woken up from its daze. Did it use the chili star technique? Did the virus shut down? Did I gain the upper hand because of my intelligence? What a refreshing thought. Jiang Zhao felt that if he couldn't get away from the mission as bait, he should wear the candle hat during the final exam. Jiang Zhao continued, "Use the round bamboo star technique." The tiny black and white candle bear tried to crawl 2 steps forward, which seemed to be a run-up. Then, the black and white candle bear actually stood up. Then, the little guy seemed to be too young and did not have the ability to stand on its 2 legs yet. It lost its balance and fell forward. Its round body rolled twice on the grass before sitting on the ground. And then, there was no more. The black and white candle bear seemed to be a little aggrieved and turned to look at Jiang Zhao. Okay. Jiang Zhao covered his face with one hand. "Brother, I told you to use the golden grade star technique. Why are you acting cute with me?" Jiang Zhao said, "Sit tight." Use the round bamboo. Star technique. The black and white candle bear sat on the ground and hugged its paws. All of a sudden, a large bamboo appeared in its arms. Well, actually, it wasn't very big, but the black and white candle bear was still very small after all. The bamboo was almost the same size and diameter as the black and white candle bear, but its length was different. It was almost a meter long, which was twice the length of the black and white candle bear. The little guy hugged the bamboo and smashed it hard on the ground. All of a sudden, white flames splattered everywhere, and grass and mud flew everywhere. Cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding grass was also splashed by the candlelight, but it did not burn or get destroyed. Instead, it seemed to have been frozen. The black and white candle bear did not suffer any injuries, but there were already some candlelight splattering on the ground and around its body, and a chilly aura spread in all directions. What principle is this? Ice flame? A special flame that can freeze the enemy? Jiang Shao was also amazed by the black and white candle bear's attack method. It didn't hold a stick and sweep down like humans. Due to the large diameter of the illusory bamboo, the little candle bear found it difficult to carry it. It hugged the giant bamboo perpendicular to the ground, and when it smashed down, it did not tilt at all. It was as if it was hugging a wooden pile and was driving it straight up and down. Han Jiangxue hurriedly scurried over, leaned over, and picked up the cold black and white candle bear before patting the mud off its body. Jiang Shao was rather satisfied with the effect. After all, it was still a cub. Although the quality of its star technique was obvious, it couldn't even stand steadily. Hence, the effect of the star technique was naturally greatly reduced. He believed that the black and white candle bear would be able to exert its full potential once it matured. Jiang Shao continued, "Put it down, I'll try other star techniques." Han Jiangxue thought about it and asked, "Is its star power enough?" Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light, only to be stunned by the amount of star power that the little guy had. This is really a racial talent. Even if it's of the platinum quality, it's still a newborn cub. How can it have more star power than Jiang Shao? At the very least, Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light was absorbing star power instead of giving it star power. It has more star power than the third stage of the human race. Where is so much star power stored in such a small body? Jiang Shao said, "Use the ancestor's body." "How?" The black and white candle bear roared in a childish voice, and its 50-centimeter body suddenly enlarged to a length of nearly 1 meter. It was much shorter than the information provided by the officials. However, that was understandable. Jiang Shao struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Use the bear clan's faith." The black and white candle bear slammed its paws on the ground, and waves of star power surged. 3 small bamboo bear cubs suddenly appeared, all of which were only 50 centimeters long. There were no flames on their heads either. They were just normal bamboo bear cubs. However, the bamboo bear cubs were more lively. After all, they did not have the negative state star technique. Their chubby bodies crawled around, but their mobility was limited and their speed was not fast. This star technique is useless for the time being, right? When the black and white candle bear grows up, will it summon adult bamboo bears? Jiang Shao thought to himself and continued, "Iron-eating legend." The black and white candle bear raised its head again, but this time it roared furiously. "How?" Jiang Shao blinked and wondered what happened. There's no reaction? However, Han Jiangshue's expression changed, and she subconsciously took a step back. Of course, Jiang Shao knew how strong Han Jiangshue's mental fortitude was. She was a strong-willed star warrior, but under the effect of the special star technique, Han Jiangxue actually felt a little terrified. Ring, 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 bells shuttled back and forth between Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao, and Han Jiangxue immediately calmed down. Jiang Shao said, "Is it because I'm its master that I'm not affected by this roar?" Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "That might be the case. The star power bamboo bears that were summoned were not affected at all." Han Jiangxue then turned around and said, "But its mother ran away." "Huh?" Jiang Shao turned around, only to see that there were bamboo shoots all over the ground, and there were even a few uneaten bamboo shoots on the ground. Not far away, An adult bamboo bear wiggled its buttocks and crawled into the depths of the bamboo forest. Who said that bamboo bears run slowly? They're obviously lazy. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue asked, the round bamboo star technique just now seems to have increased the attributes of the black and white candle flame. Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, the candle flame ices cold. When they grow up in the future and the quality of their star techniques increases, they will definitely be good helpers for us. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but nod gently. What was more interesting was that when the black and white candle bear was small, the candle flame hat was attached to its head. However, when the black and white candle bear used the ancestor's body and became larger, the candle flame hat was still attached to its head. The black and white candle bear's body is really elastic. When the two little guys grow up and the black and white candle bear summons the real ancestor's body, its body will be completely enlarged. Jiang Shao wondered if the candle flame hat would still be able to cover the black and white candle bear's huge head. Change back and take a rest. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Shao said. Waves of star power dissipated and transformed continuously. The black and white candle bear's body slowly shrank and returned to its cub form. It then sat on the ground and stared blankly. The few star power bamboo bears that were summoned also turned into spots of starlight and dissipated with the wind. Oh! The candle flame hat on the head of the little candle bear suddenly flicked, and the black and white candle bear jumped up. It stepped on the head of the bamboo bear and hopped onto the ground. It looked at Jiang Shao and then at Han Jiangxue before finally choosing to pounce on Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. It's not because of the black and white candle bear's choice, but because it can move freely. Jiang Shao hurriedly opened his internal star map and discovered that the first form of dependence was still there. Jiang Shao immediately heaved a sigh of relief and thought, so, dependence is really a form of companionship? The so-called fusion was just a superficial fusion, not the fusion of the bodies and lives of the two star beasts. Without the eye-catching coldness of the black and white candle flame, the little bamboo bear suddenly lost its dreams and lay on the ground. Maybe it's exhausted? Jiang Shao walked over and gently rubbed its head. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the little bamboo bear actually chose to enter Jiang Zhao's star map to recuperate. Its round body shattered and turned into spots of starlight that merged into Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and hurriedly turned to look at the black and white candle flame. Han Jiangxue asked, what's the matter? Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he stepped forward, hugged the black and white candle flame, and gently patted its cheeks. The black and white candle flame also turned into spots of starlight that merged into Jiang Zhao's chest. In the 9-star slot, the 2-star pets were integrated into it. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Isn't that amazing? The black and white candle flame has a second form of dependence. In the future, if I find a platinum quality celestial pet to scam and store it in my star map, would Jiang Shao have to worry about not having enough star power to use? What kind of power bank is this? Does it consume a lot of star power to summon the decoy? I can summon it whenever I want in the future, right? I don't even need to blink. Jiang Shao summoned the black and white candle flame again and handed it to Han Jiangxue. I'm afraid I won't be short of star power in the future. Han Jiangxue nodded matter-of-factly. Jiang Shao sighed and murmured, you're so strong, toxic healer. You're becoming more and more durable. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Chapter 658. Continue with the 4,000-word chapter. Quick, praise me. Jiang Shao stammered and suddenly lowered his voice, looking like he was about to do something bad. Let's steal a few bamboo bears and throw them into the shadow ruins to raise them. We'll provide them with good food and drinks every day. What if the bamboo bears show mercy and give birth to a few baby bamboo bears? Han Jiangxue was a little hesitant and said, isn't that a bad idea? The environment and climate in this bamboo forest are great. If you throw them into the shadow ruins, it'll be a dim, starry sky. Jiang Shao grinned and said, my shadow ruins is so huge and spacious. Let's plant some flowers and grass for them. If the real plants can't survive, we'll make them fake lawns. Besides, they're just sleeping here. They wake up to find food and eat. Doesn't it matter where they sleep? With us raising them, they won't have to forage for food. Han Jiangxue was still a little hesitant. These creatures are not ordinary creatures. You can only keep them as pets. Even if there's a small probability of something happening and they give birth to babies, you can't give them to others as star pets. Otherwise, people will find out that you stole the bamboo bears. In fact, after completely figuring out the living habits and biological characteristics of the bamboo bears, Jiang Shao really wanted to find 2 baby bamboo bears and send them to the upper dimension of the snowfield for Yuan, Hushu, so that the bamboo bears could play and grow with him. The platinum quality bamboo bear was a perfect star pet. Even if it couldn't be absorbed into a star pet, it could still be raised as a pet. The environment in the upper dimension of the snowfield was extremely harsh. Generally, the star beasts that were docile and did not have high levels, such as the swaying bell and the fire mud. Jiang Shao wasn't sure if they could survive in such a low-temperature environment. However, the bamboo bear was different. Its thick fat could completely resist the cold. It was not that the bamboo bear was weak, but that it was purely lazy. Hence, it was harmless to humans and animals. The researcher Fong Hui once said that the number of fights that had happened in this dimensional space could be counted on one hand. That also proved that the bamboo bears were very good partners. Jiang Shao was already mentally prepared to return empty-handed. He was likely to summon some books, toys, and star beads again. In that case, he would bring some books, toys, and star beads into the upper dimension. However, to be honest, carrying a bamboo bear that weighed a few hundred kilograms to locate the family of 3 was indeed a little troublesome. Should he do it or not? Han Jiangxue knew Jiang Shao very well, and when she saw the troubled expression on his face, she realized that something was amiss. She asked, "Tell me the truth, what's going on?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and couldn't help but scratch his head. "Do you remember the day I came back and told you about the upper dimensions?" Han Jiangxue asked, Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "These little guys are too cute. I want to bring a few for Yuan to play with." Han Jiangxue fell silent and looked at Jiang Shao quietly. She couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Shao is really heartwarming. She initially thought that he had been blinded by happiness and was immersed in the joy of absorbing star pets. However, she didn't expect him to be thinking about the child in the upper dimension. Han Jiangxue said, "Okay, find 1 or 2 bamboo bears and put them in your shadow of disaster ruins." Jiang Shao said helplessly, "That's the problem. I can still find my way while carrying 2 small bamboo bears and turn into a crow. How can I fly while carrying an adult bamboo bear that weighs 400 to 500 kilograms? This is going to take my life." The crow transformation star technique has its own characteristics. I can turn my clothes and props into crows, but I can't turn living creatures into crows. Unless I embed the bamboo bear in Jiang Zhao's star map in advance. The decoy now had a mission to complete, and Jiang Shao definitely couldn't summon another decoy to replace the one in the snowfield just because of that. Wait for decoy to return from his mission before coming to the dimensional space in the bamboo forest? Stop fooling around. By then, the bamboo forest would no longer be open to the siblings. Besides, Jiang Shao knew very well that given decoy's qualifications, what were the chances of him absorbing it and turning it into a pet? This plan could be stopped at the very beginning. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "We still have time. Let's look for it first. If we really can't find it, we'll find a smaller one that's in its growth stage." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do we have time?" "How will we have time?" Both of them were students, and even if they put that aside, they were both star warriors in their growth stage. They were both absorbing nutrients crazily. And for Han Jiangxue, who was extremely hardworking, it would be a crime for her to delay every day. Han Jiangxue had already adapted to the life of a gatekeeper. On the day she was on duty, she would crazily absorb star power to break through the upper limit of her star power. During the 2 days of rest, She would either attend classes or train maniacally, seizing every minute and second to improve herself. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips into a smile and said, "If this matter is meaningful to you, I'll have time for it." Jiang Shao suddenly didn't know what to say. He pondered for a while and said, "Let's look around." Han Jiangxue said, "Let's go." 3 days later, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue returned to the supply point number 2 of the Guardians. There was also a small bamboo bear hidden in Jiang Zhao's scourge ruins. The siblings did not find a bamboo bear cub. Most of the bamboo bears that came out to forage for food were in their growth and maturity stages. The siblings chose one that was in its growth stage and was about 80 centimeters long. Jiang Shao had already envisioned carrying it on his back and flying in the future. Stealing a bamboo bear is really exciting. The genuine one must never be stolen. It must never be stolen. It must never be stolen. Hence, it would be great to secretly steal a bamboo bear for fun. When the siblings returned to the supply point, they each carried a star beast. Jiang Shao carried the bamboo bear cub, while Han Jiangxue carried the black and white candle flame. After confirming the dependency relationship, the black and white candle flame could freely rely and disengage, which indeed saved Jiang Shao a lot of trouble. However, that was not a long-term solution. One day, the black and white candle bear in its dependent form would appear on the battlefield and in front of the world. When that time came, there would probably be a lot of criticism. I'll think about it when the time comes. First, he had to raise Little Candle and the bamboo bear. Compared to Baishan Xiuyu, whose growth rate was extremely fast, the bamboo bear would need about 3 to 5 years to reach maturity. If he wanted to let it display its full strength, he would have to spend a long time to raise it. Feng Hui hurriedly rushed back after receiving a notification from the Guardians. When he saw that Jiang Shao had really brought back a small bamboo bear, Feng Hui praised him for his good luck. With Han Jiangxue's fixed-point teleportation, the process of returning home was extremely smooth. She even helped the staff who were transporting the bamboo bears by the lakeside to teleport the piles of bamboo bears into the depths of the bamboo forest. Han Jiangxue's star technique, dark sky teleportation, was really powerful. In the hemispherical defensive shield with a diameter of 8 meters, Han Jiangxue only needed to use the star power threads to connect to the target that she wanted to teleport, and she could easily distinguish what she wanted to teleport. The more terrifying thing was that when she was experimenting with the distance of teleportation, Han Jiangxue's star technique, dark sky teleportation, was beyond the range of intra-city teleportation. Of course, it would be wishful thinking for her to teleport back to the capital from Chengdu. However, from the northernmost part of the capital, she could teleport to Pearl City in Yinzhou province. Of course, if Jiang Shao were to go back on his word, he would be able to teleport to Pearl City from the southern suburbs of the capital. However, he would only be deceiving himself. According to the strength of a normal star technique, Jiang Zhao's teleportation would only allow him to wander in the city, while Han Jiangxue's teleportation distance was further and more stable. Jiang Zhao's space-time rift had reached diamond quality, but it was still not a match for the platinum black sky teleportation in terms of teleportation distance. However, in other aspects, the space-time rift was definitely much more advanced, such as the speed and flexibility of teleportation and the speed of casting. That was probably the difference between teleportation and teleportation. Jiang Shao and Gu Xinji could switch to a different place during a fight. If it were Han Jiangxue, that wouldn't happen at all. After Han Jiangxue helped the staff carry the bamboo bears, she brought them back to the workplace and teleported back to the entrance with Jiang Shao and Feng Hui. The similarity between the sibling star techniques was that they could not teleport across dimensions. Even if Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stood at the gate of space, they would not be able to teleport to Earth. That would be terrible. Feng Hui put away the chess card and sent the siblings out of the military camp. He also tried his best to ask them to leave the black and white candle behind so that he could observe it. Han Jiangxue immediately turned him down, and she did so very quickly. Feng Hui was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, as the guide for the siblings to absorb star pets, Feng Hui thought that he should at least give them some face. However, Han Jiangxue was much more impressive. Before he could finish speaking, Han Jiangxue said, "No." Jiang Shao explained, "The Northwest Star Beast Research Institute detained the black and white candle for half a year. During that half a year, we missed him day and night. You won't be able to understand the kind of longing we had for him." Han Jiangxue cried every day and night. Feng Hui was even more dumbfounded. "Make it up. Keep making it up. I clearly saw on TV that you guys went to participate in the World Cup. Both of you are in good condition. How come you don't want to eat or drink and wash your faces with tears every day?" Jiang Shao knew that Han Jiangxue had been the bad guy for him. Hence, in order to make it up to her, Jiang Shao prepared to take her to eat hot pot. The two of them did not teleport back to the hotel. On Earth, it was better to follow the rules. For Star Warriors, there were many rules, such as not allowing them to use star techniques at will. Of course, such rules were somewhat flexible. For example, when the siblings were shopping in Jiangbin City during the Lunar New Year, Han Jiangxue had used the Sky Smasher to store the food they bought. As long as it was concealed and not reported by the enthusiastic citizens or discovered by the law enforcement officers on the spot, it wouldn't be a big deal. Even if it was discovered, the law enforcement officers might turn a blind eye if they saw that the Sky Smasher was used to store pigs' head meat on a joyous occasion. After all, the Star Warriors who had the Sky Smasher star technique were definitely extraordinary. Of course, these were not reasons for the siblings to continue to violate the rules. This was Chengdu, a first-tier and a second-tier big city. There were hidden talents and crouching tigers everywhere. It was better for the siblings to keep a low profile when they were outside. If they were at home, who would care if they teleported from plane 701 to Xiaoyan's villa? Hence, the siblings obediently boarded Feng Hui's shabby car and returned to Chengdu. Feng Hui was rather interesting. On the way back to the city, he looked sullen. Who said that adults could control their emotions? Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Shao looked at Feng Hui's expression and felt as if he could see a line of words written on his face. "I'm so angry. You still have to send us back to the hotel?" In the car, Jiang Shao had already embedded the bamboo bear into his star slot. He turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "I don't want to waste your time, but I think eating hot pot is very meaningful." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao reproachfully, but she did not turn him down. Instead, she nodded gently. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Life shouldn't just be about training. There should also be appropriate adjustments." This time, Han Jiangxue nodded very quickly, seemingly agreeing with Jiang Zhao's words. However, from Han Jiangxue's point of view, she should be the one saying that to him. It was because Han Jiangxue knew what kind of life Jiang Shao had experienced in the upper dimension. Han Jiangxue had completely changed her mindset. She knew that no matter which Jiang Shao was, they were all Jiang Shao himself. Hence, since he was interested, she was willing to accompany him to stay in Chengdu for a day. Jiang Shao said happily, "I've long heard of the famous hot pot of the country of Heavenly Province. I'm finally going to eat the authentic one." Feng Hui, who was driving, suddenly asked, "Do you like spicy food?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Of course, I love spicy food." Feng Hui said, "It's all a lie. The hot pot in Chengdu is not spicy at all. If you like spicy food, you should order the spicy hot pot with chili oil. That's the only way to satisfy your taste buds." Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, "This researcher is rather interesting. Has he become silly because he's been working too hard?" His sullenness was written all over his face just now. And now, his scheming smile is also written all over his face. How can I turn a blind eye to the fact that I'm supposed to cooperate with you? Jiang Shao immediately nodded and said, "Okay, it's settled then. Let's go for the spicy one." Feng Hui seemed to be much happier and cast aside his scheming thoughts. He then said, "Trust me, you won't miss home after eating it once." Sigh, a lot of people have misunderstood. Many people aren't attracted by the comfortable life here, but stayed because of the hot pot. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "You're not a local?" Feng Hui shook his head and said, "No, I was originally transferred to the research institute here, until one day, a lady boss of an entreated me to hot pot. Later, I became the owner of this inn. Jiang Shao was speechless. Bastard, I cooperated with you to make you happy. It wasn't for you to show off in front of me. Chapter 659. The two of them returned to Chengdu and stayed at Xie Jinian's place for the night. It was still the same family room, and Jiang Shao naturally slept on the small bed, while Han Jiangxue slept on the large bed. The trip to Chengdu had made Jiang Shao improve his abilities further. He was so happy that he almost cried out in joy when he slept at night. He was in a great mood. Since he had arrived at the tourist city, Jiang Shao decided to take a day out to have fun and stroll around. At around 10 a.m. the next day, Jiang Shao finally woke up after a good night's sleep. Although the journey to find the bamboo bear was not dangerous, it was indeed tiring. Han Jiangxue had already woken up long ago. At this moment, she had already washed up and was sitting on the bed while playing with her mobile phone. Jiang Shao looked at Su Lingwei, who was scrolling through her mobile phone in a serious manner. Unsure if she was playing with her mobile phone or doing her homework, Jiang Shao asked cautiously, "You're awake?" Han Jiangxue turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao before looking at her mobile phone again. She said, "We don't have much time. I plan to take the plane back to the capital tomorrow morning. Let's not go to those distant attractions. There are also some tourist attractions in Chengdu. We're in Wuhou District. I saw the introduction on the internet. We can go to Jinli to take a look. It says that there are many snacks there. Besides, we can also go to Du Fu Cottage to take a look. What do you think?" Jiang Shao hurriedly got up and said, "Sure, no problem. I'll go wash up and brush my teeth." The two of them put on their clothes, umbrellas, hats, and masks before hurriedly setting off. While the two of them were having fun and balancing work with rest, the other Jiang Shao did not have any rest, only hard work. In the upper latitude, a crow flew down from the sky and stopped at the top of a giant tree. It had found another iconic terrain. Below the giant tree was a cliff, but standing there and looking into the distance, it was a boundless snowfield. Although the dimensional space was called the snowfield, there were not many real snowfields, especially one that stretched as far as the eye could see. White ghouls and white ghoul witches definitely liked to live in the snowy mountains and forests. They rarely entered the snowfield where there was no cover. Be it as a prey or a hunter, they would not be willing to set foot in a place without cover. Hence, in the eyes of the decoy Jiang Shao, the endless snowfield was equivalent to a safe zone. The one-eyed crow landed on the cliff and transformed back into its human form. As bait, Jiang Shao took out a white ghoul skin from his bag. He held a pen made from the nails of the white ghouls and used the blood of the white ghouls as ink. He quickly drew the terrain on the white ghoul parchment. Due to the fact that he did not have Jiang Zhao's help, Jiang Shao had no choice but to create the bait himself. However, the amount of work required was not great, because the terrain of the snowfield did not change rapidly and the frequency was not high. Besides, there were only a few types of terrain. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao did not accept the gold quality star beads given by Hui and Kanglin. Although they had thousands of white ghouls and white ghoul witch star beads, there was no reason to waste them. Jiang Shao thought that if he could really find a way out one day, he might accept the couple's kindness. Of course, come to think of it, if that day really came, the upper latitude would become Jiang Zhao's backyard, and the resources there would be inexhaustible. Plop, plop, plop. As the bait, Jiang Shao transformed into a shadow crow again and spread his wings to soar into the sky. In the evening, the alleys of Jinli were crowded with people. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue each held a small bowl of glutinous rice jelly and ate it while walking. Why did they only come here at night? Because when they left the hotel in the morning, Jiang Shao was attracted by the long queue of restaurants across the street. Hence, the two of them queued up to eat mapo tofu, yuxiang shredded pork, and dried pot rabbit meat. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue did not ask Jiang Shao questions like, "Rabbit is so delicious. Why do you want to eat rabbit?" Jiang Shao ate 3 bowls of rice and felt full. Hence, the two of them went to the Du Fu Cottage first. Jiang Shao initially thought that it was a cottage, but he later discovered that it was a cultural park. It was said that the real cottage was in the park. "Why can't I get close?" Jiang Shao really wanted to see where the crime of the children of the southern village bully me because I'm old and powerless took place. The cultural park was filled with poems, but Jiang Shao did not remember many of them. He only remembered the residential building. Yes, on one side of the boundary of the Du Fu cottage, there was lush vegetation, and there was actually a residential building just one tree away from it. How rich, how cultured must the people living there be? The two of them only came to Jinli in the afternoon to eat and stroll around. After strolling around for a long time, Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and stood in front of a stall. He then asked in a muffled voice, "What's this?" "Wok." Han Jiangxue was more straightforward and immediately bought one. She knew that Jiang Shao was a coward. Jiang Zhao's question was akin to asking Han Jiangxue, "Buy one for me, I want to eat it." While waiting, Han Jiangxue waved her hand at the vendor at the side. She finally saw a familiar snack, grilled squid. Han Jiangxue pointed at the squid that the young man was applying sauce on and said, "Take one." The young man said without looking up, 30 yuan. Jiang Shao grabbed the scalding wok, pulled down his mask, and bit into it, only to be stunned. Han Jiangxue returned with the grilled squid, only to see that Jiang Shao was in a daze. Han Jiangxue took 2 steps forward and asked with concern, "What's the matter? Is it not to your liking? Why don't you exchange it for this?" Han Jiangxue then handed the grilled squid to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao then began to chew on the food with a hint of surprise on his face. "I finally found it." Back when Decoy was still in the gold level, he had seen the small wooden hut on the cliff when he was being chased by the white ghouls. Decoy Jiang Shao bade farewell to Hu Wei and his wife and flew at high speed for more than half a month before finally finding traces of humans again. Decoy Jiang Shao really didn't expect to encounter such a surprise after passing through the endless snowfield and the snowy forest. He just hoped that the hut was not built by Hu Wei and his wife. Previously, Jiang Shao had learned a lot of information from his conversation with the couple and also knew that they had once settled on the cliff. Puff, 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 the one-eyed crow flew down and circled around the wooden hut. Sensing something, it immediately landed on the wooden hut. There's actually someone in the hut. The one-eyed crow closed its eyes and tilted its head slightly. It sensed it. The one-eyed crow suddenly opened its lonely eye and flew away quickly. A ghostly figure emerged from the door with a giant sword in his hand and a thick layer of white ghoul fur on his body. He swung the giant sword, and a scorching flame arc was thrown out, shooting straight into the sky. The one-eyed crow's flying figure suddenly tilted and dodged the extremely fast flame arc. The ghostly figure below did not give up and quickly chased after him. The flame arcs formed a string, and an ordinary silver quality star technique made it look like a machine gun firing machine gun attacks. It was just like Wang Xinyan's axe storm in the southwest region. Decoy Jiang Shao dodged left and right while flying rapidly. All of a sudden, he transformed into a human and landed steadily on ground. Phantom's movements paused for a moment. Under the pervasive wind and snow, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Decoy Jiang Shao pulled out the giant sword from his back and held it in front of him. "Hello." He finally had a chance to carefully scrutinize the person in front of him. The man's attire was a little strange. He was wearing a coat made of white ghoul fur, which wasn't considered new, but the problem was that he actually hollowed out the white ghoul's head. The mysterious man used the white ghoul's large head as a helmet and put it on his head along with the fur coat. The sharp teeth in the white ghoul's skull were not broken off. The white ghoul's mouth was wide open, and the mysterious man's face was revealed. The ghoul helmet looked extremely cool, and Jiang Shao was rather stunned by it. The man wearing the ghost helmet had a sullen expression and a pair of piercing eyes. He was of medium build and seemed to be about 28 or 29 years old. At this moment, Jiang Shao confirmed his name, Zhang Songfu. Inside the ghost helmet, Zhang Songfu scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and looked at the familiar Guardians of the Night uniform. Overwhelmed with emotions, he asked loudly, "Serial number?" "Serial number?" Where did Jiang Shao get his serial number from? Since they were both Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao should have a serial number so that the other party could confirm his identity. However, the problem was that Jiang Shao was specially recruited to join the Guardians of the Night and became a light chaser. He didn't have a serial number, only a code name. The hoop mask on decoy Jiang Zhao's face made Zhang Songfu even more wary. Why did Zhang Songfu and Hu Wei react so differently? It was because Zhang Songfu entered the upper snowfield differently from the others. He did not enter the upper dimension through the holy ground. Zhang Songfu fell into the space-time tunnel in the northwest together with a foreign mercenary during the mercenary invasion of the snowfield in 2015. Decoy Jiang Shao said, "Seems like you found the sword I left behind." Zhang Songfu said, "Guardian of the Night's serial number." Decoy Jiang Shao said, "Guardian of the Night, Zhang Songfu, serial number 386, male, Han Chinese, 181 centimeters tall, 26 years old when he went missing, September 2015. He was stationed in the small space-time tunnel in the northwest of the snowfield and fell into it together with the invading mercenaries." Zhang Songfu was stunned and put down the giant sword in his hand, staring at decoy Jiang Zhao's hoop mask in a daze. Zhang Songfu was a little hesitant. "You," decoy Jiang Shao asked, "where's the enemy?" Zhang Songfu frowned slightly. "Kill him." As soon as he said that, Zhang Songfu picked up the giant sword again and said, "For the last time, your Guardian of the Night's serial number." Decoy Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "Guardian of the Night, light chaser." Zhang Songfu sneered. "Take off the mask." Decoy Jiang Shao was speechless. At the next moment, Zhang Songfu rushed forward with his sword. "You've learned Chinese well." Decoy Jiang Shao turned the giant sword in his hand and threw it at Zhang Songfu. "Want to try? My swordsmanship is even better." Top. Chapter 660. I'll continue to write 4,000 words and get a wave of monthly votes. "I found another person," Jiang Shao said excitedly while eating the grilled squid. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment before understanding that Jiang Shao was talking about the snowfield in the upper level. She asked with concern, "Do you need to find a quiet place for you to communicate with the other party?" Han Jiangxue didn't even ask who the other party was. As soon as she heard the news, she wanted to go to a quiet place and not disturb Jiang Shao, who was in the upper level dimension. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, I have 2 brains and dual cores. I can only communicate with each other. Let's go. Let's float." "So, there's a cultural buff when touring Du Fu Cottage? Is he starting to talk nonsense?" Seeing how relaxed Jiang Shao was, Han Jiangxue smiled and asked, "Where are we going to float?" "Let's float on the green water." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Let's go for Hot Pot." "What's the name of the shop you went to just now? Is it the Sichuan Mansion?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "The rating is very high. Let's go and take a look." Jiang Shao took another bite of the grilled squid and said, "Book a table first and queue up. Let's try to eat as soon as we enter." Amused, Han Jiangxue grabbed a tissue and wiped the sauce off Jiang Zhao's face. "Let's go." Han Jiangxue was relieved because of Jiang Zhao's relaxed attitude, but the actual situation was Jiang Shao, who was in the upper level dimension, was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Songfu. It was a scene of snowflakes and shadows of swords. Jiang Shao, the bait, had undoubtedly seized the initiative and attacked Zhang Songfu with a flick of his sword. Inside the helmet, Zhang Songfu's eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of godly swordsmanship is this? I'm a human, not a rock. I can resist too. I can exert force too. How did this mysterious person take into account my reaction speed, the strength of my defense, and the angle of my defense? While Zhang Songfu was secretly bewildered, Jiang Shao had already leaped forward and grabbed the giant sword that had bounced back. At the same time, he was also extremely close to Zhang Songfu. Ding! The 2 giant steel blades collided violently, emitting a crisp sound. The steel blades in their hand were covering green glow. So, the 2 of them slid backward, their legs slightly arched, their bodies leaning forward, and the 2 of them dragged a distance of 8 meters in the snow. For a moment, the air waves overflowed, and the snowflakes danced in the air. Zhang Songfu had a solemn expression on his face as he swung the giant sword in his hand continuously. Red sword arcs were thrown out one after another towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao casually carried the saber on his back and suddenly got into the posture of drawing his bow. His footsteps were light, and his body dodged left and right. Bursting arrows shot out rapidly. The exploding arrows were like shooting stars chasing after the moon, and the scorching flame arcs were even more ferocious. The two of them seemed to have turned into cannons. Fire arrows and flame arcs either brushed past each other or collided fiercely. In the afterglow of the setting sun, on the cliff where the snowflakes danced, beside the shabby wooden house, two figures, one black and one white, intertwined, forming a beautiful scene. Jiang Zhao's circle-shaped mask was extremely strange, and he was dressed in a black military uniform. He suddenly grinned, but did not make a sound. The lines of the circle-shaped mask were even more distorted. Of course, that detail did not escape Zhang Songfu's eyes. However, that was also the reason that Zhang Songfu was slightly stunned and his movements slowed down a little. Puff, puff, puff. A flock of pitch-black one-eyed crows flew out and darted towards Zhang Songfu's face. At the same time that the crows appeared, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly transformed into a crow, and he cleverly hid among them before dashing towards Zhang Songfu. Zhang Songfu snapped back to his senses and stomped his foot hard. Silver quality star technique scorch. In a split second, with Zhang Songfu as the center, bursts of flames exploded. Waves of air surged, and raging flames surged in all directions. Suddenly, one of the black crows dodged and flew to the upper left. Amidst the layers of flames, Zhang Songfu sneered in the helmet, and a golden monk star map suddenly appeared on his body. Due to its golden luster and shirtless appearance, the star map resembled the Shaolin Bronze Man. What was even more surprising was that the bright golden monk in the star Atlas opened his eyes, and they were like the furious gaze of a guardian deity as he stared fixedly at the crow that had dodged. After that, the golden monk completely came to life and slapped down with his palm. At the next moment, a giant golden palm descended from the sky. The illusory giant palm directly enveloped the crow that had flown away and slammed it into the ground. Snowflakes danced in the air and rocks and soil splattered everywhere. The earth seemed to be trembling. That crow, could it still survive? However, none of this mattered. Within the flock of crows, this crow flew far away, while another crow slowed down and fell to the back of the flock. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Songfu was staring at the crow that had been slapped into the ground, an explosive arrow wrapped in star energy tore through layers of obstacles and broke through the layers of raging flames. What? Zhang Songfu frantically raised his elbow to block, but the arrow hit his elbow. Bang! Rumble! They were both explosions, but there was a huge difference between the explosion of the scorch and the explosive arrow. The scorch was an indiscriminate attack that bombarded the surroundings and forced the enemy to retreat. However, the explosive arrow was a single target. Zhang Songfu's head buzzed, and his body was blasted away. The flames of the explosion had a huge impact and blasted his elbow, causing the blood in his chest to surge. The flock of black crows rushed into the flames of the scorch and disappeared without a trace. The shadow crow that had been slapped by the giant golden palm had also disappeared. Only a pitch-black shadow crow that was hidden at the end of the group flapped its wings and transformed into a human before landing in the snow. As the flames dissipated, Jiang Shao followed the long trail in the snow and looked into the distance. He saw a person leaning against a giant tree, holding his elbow and lowering his head in silence. Jiang Shao frowned slightly, and the arc on the circular mask was slightly distorted. He was secretly amazed. 2 years ago, when Zhang Songfu went missing, he was still a warrior in the early stages of the galaxy realm. Has he already reached the level of star transformation? 2 years? He went from the early stages to the late stages and peak, all the way to the galaxy realm. What kind of growth speed is that? Jiang Shao still remembered what Hu Wei said back then. The star power in the upper dimensional environment was extremely rich, and the growth speed was much faster there than on Earth. Jiang Shao raised his hand and wanted to summon the stars to heal Zhang Songfu. At the next moment, a large amount of star power suddenly gathered around Zhang Songfu's body. The surging star power was extremely violent and violent. Jiang Shao hurriedly stopped, for fear of disturbing the man's advancement to the star power realm. Oh my God, is this for real? Are you the protagonist? Will you level up if you lose? Will you be able to beat your opponent after leveling up? This plot is so familiar. Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. He knew the plot in movies and novels. Hence, Jiang Shao was certain that he was the villain now. In order not to be beaten up by the protagonist, would it be better for me to slip away now? Otherwise, wouldn't I be embarrassed if I get slapped into the snow by Zhang Songfu? Of course, it was impossible for him to go forward to deal the finishing blow. After all, they were brothers who were on guard duty. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Songfu leaned against a tree and sat in the snow while gritting his teeth and lowering his head. He put his hands in his pockets and continuously crushed the star beads stored in his pockets. Waves of star power quickly flowed into his body. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Jiang Shao, who was standing far away, acutely sensed that the intensity of the star power had decreased. However, Zhang Songfu didn't seem to have advanced to the star power realm. What's going on? Did he fail to break through? Jiang Shao, who had the star technique perception, took in all the information. What should I do? If I were my original body, I would have given you the countercurrent light now. No, the countercurrent light won't work either. This guy is from the galaxy realm. Using the countercurrent light would obviously be more of a hindrance. Jiang Shao hurriedly rummaged in his pocket and found the remaining 5 gold-quality star beads. When he bade farewell to Hu Wei and his wife, Jiang Shao did not accept their kind intentions. Besides, he was flying in the sky to avoid all battles. Hence, he only had a few star beads with him for emergencies. Jiang Shao cautiously walked forward. In the distance, Zhang Songfu immediately sensed Jiang Zhao's movements. He raised his head abruptly and stared at Jiang Shao fiercely under his ghostly helmet. Zhang Songfu just didn't have time to deal with Jiang Shao now, but he knew that the other party did not have any ill intentions. Even if he was a little hostile, he had already done his best. Seeing that he had a chance to break through to the star power realm, the other party actually did not step forward to interfere or pursue him. Instead, he had been waiting in the distance. Now, Zhang Songfu felt that the intensity of the star power had decreased, and he knew that he had failed to break through again. Hence, the other party stepped forward to continue the battle. From that perspective, the masked man had really done his best. Zhang Songfu quickly got up and was about to give up on the breakthrough. But to his surprise, the man in the mask actually extended one hand and gestured for him to stop fighting. He then threw a handful of star beads at him with the other hand. Zhang Songfu was dumbfounded. Zhang Songfu hurriedly caught the 5 gold-quality star beads that were thrown at him and hurriedly crushed them while he still had the chance. Jiang Shao also raised his right hand and summoned the stars. One by one, the bright stars fell. Some of the stars were healing Zhang Songfu's body, while some were restoring Zhang Songfu's star power. However, most of them were providing Zhang Songfu with star power, the blue starfall. What Jiang Shao didn't know was that this was already the 3rd time that Zhang Songfu had broken through to the star power realm in the past 3 months. What Jiang Shao didn't know was that Zhang Songfu was not in the galaxy stage, but the peak of the galaxy stage. In fact, Jiang Shao thought that Zhang Songfu might have gotten used to fighting with a group of brainless and straightforward white ghouls. Now that he was suddenly fighting with Jiang Shao, Zhang Songfu couldn't get used to the rhythm of the battle. Hence, he couldn't suppress Jiang Shao. For example, second last was in the galaxy stage, and Fang Xingyun was in the galaxy stage. If the 2 kings of the galaxy stage were to fight Jiang Shao, They might even be able to kill Jiang Shao in seconds. Fang Xingyun might be slightly weaker. After all, she was gentler and kinder. If it was second last, Jiang Shao didn't think that he would be a match for her. Even if he admitted defeat, turned into a crow, and fled, he probably wouldn't be able to fly far. Therefore, Jiang Shao expressed some doubts about Zhang Songfu's performance despite being in the Star Sea state. However, he firmly believed in his own judgment. After all, Zhang Songfu must be in the Star Sea state since he had made the symbolic move of turning stars into martial arts. Jiang Shao really didn't expect his so-called experience to make him make a wrong judgment. Zhang Songfu had always been at the peak of the Celestial River Realm, and he had failed to advance several times. Huff! Zhang Songfu slowly raised his head and looked at the falling stars. Under the guidance of the 5-star beads, the star power of heaven and earth surged into his body again. The golden monk in the star map also closed his eyes tightly. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao felt a heavy sense of oppression. It was not because of the other party's aura, but because of the other party's star power reserve. Clearly, Zhang Songfu, who had just successfully advanced, had yet to manage and control the surging star power in his body. He advanced successfully. A few minutes later, Zhang Songfu opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao knew that the protagonist had come back to life again, and the script had already been written. As the antagonist, he felt that he should say some sarcastic words to make the protagonist's combat power soar again, so that he could defeat the antagonist. What should I say then? Jiang Shao thought about it, and asked, "What should I cook when I'm eating hot pot?" Zhang Songfu was obviously stunned and thought, "What kind of question is that?" He frowned and felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. However, his body was very honest, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. Ever since Jiang Shao helped him advance to the realm of star power, the way they interacted had indeed changed. Zhang Songfu said, "Beef, sweet potato, and frozen tofu." Jiang Shao said, "I mean Chuanyu hot pot." Zhang Songfu asked with uncertainty, "Tripe?" On Earth in Chengdu, in the hot pot restaurant of the Chuanshu mansion that was decorated with red lanterns, Jiang Shao pointed at the menu and said to the waiter, "This tripe. Give me 2 plates. I'll eat one, and he'll eat the other." Han Jiangshua looked over curiously and asked, "Who are you going to eat for?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and seemed to be receiving some information. He continued to say to the waiter, 2 plates of goose intestines, yellow throats, beef, and, what's it called, fried crispy pork? The waiter pointed at a dish on the menu. "There's really that." Jiang Shao looked at the picture on the menu and said, "Give me 2 plates of this too." Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Han Jiangshua before saying, "You don't know yet, but you've already witnessed history." Han Jiangshua raised her eyebrows and casually pulled out 2 long chopsticks from the wooden tube. She then wiped them with a napkin and asked, "What history?" Jiang Shao raised a finger and said, "Interdimensional ordering." Han Jiangshua looked at Jiang Shao smilingly and seemed to have realized something. She then placed the wooden chopsticks on Jiang Zhao's plate. Jiang Shao then raised a second finger and said, "Didi, substitute." Han Jiangshua was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 661. Continue 4,000 words, crazily seeking monthly votes in the middle of the month. Wow. Shit. Hiss. It feels so good. Jiang Shao was sweating profusely, and his eyes were filled with tears. He held a long pair of wooden chopsticks in his hand, picking up the tripe that was covered in red oil, and kept blowing on it. Jiang Shao cried. Yes, it was not an adjective, but something that really happened. Jiang Shao burst into tears because of the spiciness. The first bite made his mouth feel numb and spicy. The second bite made his forehead perspire profusely. On the third bite, Jiang Shao could no longer hold it in, and tears welled up in his eyes. In fact, when they were ordering just now, Jiang Shao had specially asked for a medium spicy pot. However, the waiter was obviously experienced. Hearing that the two of them had a foreign accent, he persuaded them solemnly, "Please make sure to order mildly spicy." listen to advice, and eat your fill. Moreover, he was a professional. Hence, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue ordered a mildly spicy one. After that, Jiang Shao was extremely confused about the definition of mildly spicy. Han Jiangxue also picked up a piece of beef and looked at Jiang Shao, who looked like he was about to spit fire out of his mouth. She couldn't help but laugh. She picked up the beef from the pot of chili oil and placed it in the small circle in the middle of the pot. There was clear soup there. Han Jiangxue picked up a piece of meat and dipped it in the clear soup before putting it in her mouth. She couldn't help but nod and think, it's delicious. When she saw Jiang Shao wiping his tears while eating, she couldn't help but take out her mobile phone and take a selfie while leaning against him. Crack! The beautiful scene was recorded. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Shao turned around and hurriedly put down his chopsticks to snatch his phone. He couldn't let her post such an embarrassing image. Han Jiangxue smiled and dodged his arm. The coldness on her face finally faded, and she revealed the smile that a 19-year-old girl should have. In the end, Jiang Shao didn't manage to snatch the phone back and was so infuriated that he ate another mouthful of tripe. Boy, that's awesome. Han Jiangxue couldn't bear to see it either and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao hurriedly took a sip, and the difference in culture made him confused again. Where was the promised ice powder? Why is it warm? Jiang Shao dared not say or ask. He simply waved to the waiter and ordered 2 bottles of iced beer. Jiang Shao finally saw a familiar brand. It seemed that the beer from his hometown could be found all over the country. Jiang Shao rinsed the tripe while scrolling through his mobile phone. Han Jiangxue also began to sweat and asked, "What are you doing?" While taking a deep breath, Jiang Shao said, "It's so embarrassing. I'm going to learn a few dialects and use them when I pay the bill." Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao asked, "How's the Xiangnan accent? I have a foundation. I can imitate Zhao Wenlong and speak Mandarin." Han Jiangxue said, "There are so many provinces in China, but you just had to pick one that can take spicy food." Jiang Shao grinned and snapped his fingers. "You caught the point." Slightly stunned, Han Jiangxue then glared at Jiang Shao with a smile and asked, "Can you be kinder?" At the same time, in the upper dimension, the decoy Jiang Shao looked at Zhang Songfu in shock and asked dumbfoundedly, "You were at the peak of the galaxy when you fought just now? You just advanced to the StarCraft stage?" While walking, Zhang Songfu said, "Yes, this is my 3rd breakthrough, and I almost failed again." The decoy Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "But you could already turn your star map into martial arts before I saw you?" Zhang Songfu shrugged his shoulders, clearly much more relaxed. "I personally think that as long as your understanding of the star map reaches a certain level, you'll be able to turn your star map into martial arts. Most people can't achieve such a deep understanding when they're in the galaxy stage." The decoy Jiang Shao nodded secretly. Anyway, he didn't know much about the Big Dipper star map now. Zhang Songfu said, "When you enter the StarCraft stage, you'll have a deeper understanding of your body, be it your physical body or the star map. I didn't understand these at first, but now, this feeling is very wonderful. There's a Chinese term for it, enlightenment." The decoy Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows, and the lines on his mask also rose slightly, making Zhang Songfu feel rather awkward. Zhang Songfu turned around and continued to lead the way like an enlightened monk. "I can understand it, but I can't explain it in words." Hence, turning star map into martial arts did not require a rigid standard like the StarCraft stage, nor did it require the star slots to be filled. However, after ordinary people broke through to the StarCraft stage, the upper limit of a certain attribute would be forcibly increased. Hence, most kings of the StarCraft stage could turn star map into martial arts. If a person had a deep understanding of their star map, would they be able to turn star map into martial arts in the Stardust stage? At least, according to Zhang Songfu's theory, that should be the case. However, Jiang Shao had reservations about this. He still felt that turning star map into martial arts required some rigid standards, just like breaking through to the galaxy stage from the peak of the nebulous stage. So, in the 2 years from September 2015 to September 2017, Zhang Songfu advanced from the early galaxy stage to the peak of the galaxy stage. However, that was already rather fast. What was Han Jiangshue's qualifications like? She was extremely talented and had 30 star slots. All the star warriors in the world were inferior to Han Jiangxue. She broke through to the galaxy stage on May 9th, 2016. It was already October 19th, 2017, a year and 5 months later, and she was still in the middle of the galaxy stage. Of course, Han Jiangxue had also been stuck for a long time. A few months ago, during the summer holidays, she absorbed the star bead Jiang Xiao gave her and broke through the shackles to advance to the middle of the galaxy stage. Zhang Songfu had 27 star slots and was far less talented than Han Jiangxue. Besides, Han Jiangxue had never slacked off in her training. Under such circumstances, such a cultivation speed was immediately contrasted. The upper dimension was indeed a place of no return, but it was also a paradise for star warriors. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao knew why 3 last left the team and headed to the upper dimension. Jiang Xiao had always been very curious about the mysterious 3 last of the tail feather team. After he became more familiar with second last, he would seize every opportunity to ask her about her whereabouts. Hai Tianqing hesitated to answer that question in the corridor of the high school campus. When Jiang Xiao was matchmaking Fang Xingyun and Hai Tianqing, he had also asked second last, who was boarding the plane. Before boarding, second last casually revealed a few things to him before solemnly telling him to stop talking about it. It wasn't until second last explained to Jiang Xiao that Han Jiangxue reminded her of an old friend that Jiang Xiao finally seized the opportunity to ask her in private. Second last also finally revealed an important piece of information. 3 last had gone to the upper dimension. At that time, Hai Tianqing did not stop 3 last from entering the upper dimension during the mission. Hence, he was fired from the army. In that case, if 3 last was really a person who pursued power, her choice would be excusable. The problem was, if there was no information from the upper dimension, how did 3 last know that the upper dimension was suitable for cultivation? That was a huge question mark. Another question mark was the whereabouts of third tail. Be it the 4-tailed Hai Tianqing or the 2-tailed Luan Hongying, they had never mentioned which dimensional space third tail had gone to. However, according to the jurisdiction and range of activities of the tail feather team in the north, it should be the sacred ground of the 5 alliances in the east of Daming Province. Zhang Songfu opened the wooden door and strode in. He then sat down on the wooden stump and said, "So you don't want to reveal your name and wear a mask because you don't want to reveal your true appearance." Jiang Xiao said, "I'm the light chaser of the Guardians of the Night. You just need to know that we're brothers in the same army." Zhang Songfu casually leaned the giant sword against the wall and looked up at Jiang Xiao with an aggressive gaze. "My brothers won't hide anything from me." "Huh? Are you very manly, kid?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "But your brothers will help you break through to Star C." Zhang Songfu looked at the strange curved lines and felt even more sad. Jiang Xiao looked around and saw a wooden bed, a wooden table, a wooden stool, and a fireplace on the wall that was burning. The house was clearly much better than the houses that Jiang Xiao had explored previously. There was a chimney and a window. However, the window was not transparent because it was made of the skin of the white ghouls. Although the outside environment could not be seen clearly, it allowed light to shine in. How meticulous must one be in order to peel the skin of the white ghouls into window paper? It couldn't be too thick, nor could it be too thin. Jiang Xiao strode over and sized it up curiously, only to realize that it seemed to be stacked together with several thin pieces of white ghoul skin. Zhang Songfu suddenly said, "You have your own secrets. You want to save us, but you don't want to expose your identity." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. With his back facing Zhang Songfu, Jiang Xiao managed to hide the changes in the lines of the circle mask. Jiang Xiao sorted out his emotions and turned around. "Why do you say that?" Zhang Songfu pointed at the giant sword leaning against the wall, and then at the one behind Jiang Xiao. "This is obviously a two-handed weapon." Jiang Xiao said, "Continue." Zhang Songfu said, "You lost one, and in this snowfield, you don't have the conditions to make another one." Jiang Xiao asked, "So?" Zhang Songfu said, "I don't think you'll bring two two-handed weapons during a battle. There's a reason why it's called a two-handed weapon." Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "I prepared an extra one. It turns out that my judgment is correct." Hee hee. Zhang Songfu's eyes lit up, and he stared intently at the eyes behind the circle mask. "You came here once and left this weapon behind. I'm not sure how you left the upper dimension, but I'm sure that you came here from Earth from the lower dimension of the holy ground. That's why you have this weapon on your back." Jiang Xiao didn't deny it and gently flicked the white ghoul skin window paper. Zhang Songfu continued, "Your Guardians of the Night uniform is too new." Jiang Zhao's heart tightened. This was the crux of the problem. Zhang Songfu said, "You haven't lived here for a few years. If it's really as you said, that you came here with two giant blades and accidentally left one behind, then you, who have lived here for a few years, should be wearing the same clothes as me. You should be wearing a white ghoul coat, not a brand new Guardian of the Night uniform." This Zhang Songfu was quite something. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and turned to look at Zhang Songfu. "Let's get down to business. Have you seen other compatriots here?" Zhang Songfu sat on the wooden stump and leaned forward with her hands on her knees. Her bright eyes were glistening with wisdom. Stand-in star technique. Summoning star technique? It's an extremely high-quality star technique that allows you to summon again after you die and enter this place again. Besides, this substitute/summon creature of yours can absorb star techniques. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Zhang Songfu said in a deep voice, "You're not a real person." "Oh my god, they're all so impressive, aren't they?" Zhang Songfu's words hit the nail on the head. His mother, Song Lan, probably had her own speculations and theories. Zhang Songfu said, "This star technique should not exist on Earth, so you have to keep it a secret. What are you afraid of? Are you worried that the Guardians of the Night will punish you for trespassing into the upper dimension? Or are you protecting the treasure that you found in the dimensional space? You don't want such star beads and star techniques to be discovered and spread to the world?" Jiang Xiao interrupted Zhang Songfu and said, "You're really good at analyzing. You managed to analyze a lot of things with just a sword and a military uniform. All your theories are based on the fact that I can't return to the lower dimension." Zhang Songfu was shocked and asked, "Have you found the exit?" Jiang Xiao said no. Zhang Songfu was speechless. Jiang Xiao said, "Actually, I'm here to look for my brother. Both of us use this giant sword." Zhang Songfu was speechless. "Who are you kidding? If you're really looking for your brother, how would you react when you first saw this giant sword?" Zhang Songfu raised his head and looked at Jiang Xiao. After advancing to the Starfall stage, Zhang Songfu's status was higher. With the help of his strength, he could also deal with the situation at this moment more freely. Looking at Zhang Songfu's expression, Jiang Xiao stopped beating around the bush and continued, "Your analysis is very good. Regardless of whether it's correct or not, what you said is very interesting. Now analyze my purpose." Zhang Songfu said casually, "To investigate the operation of the upper dimension." Jiang Xiao did not respond and was noncommittal. Zhang Songfu continued, "Bring back the gold-quality white ghoul and white ghoul, which star beads, and exchange them for high-quality star techniques." Hee hee. Jiang Xiao chuckled in disdain. Zhang Songfu saw the look in Jiang Zhao's eyes and felt that he didn't seem to be lying. Zhang Songfu remained silent for a while before suddenly saying, "You told me about me as soon as you saw me. I'm sure that we don't know each other, so you've done your homework. That magical crow transformation star technique allows you to fly in the air at a faster speed and is more suitable for scouting targets. Obviously, you've made sufficient preparations before entering this place." "Huh, you're finally on the right track?" Zhang Songfu raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Xiao silently. "You're looking for people who are lost in the upper dimension and the entrance to the lower dimension. You're trying to bring us home." Snap! Jiang Xiao snapped his fingers and said, "Now, tell me all the information you've collected." Jiang Xiao continued, "In exchange, I'll tell you the location of my other two comrades." You must be very lonely here, right? Zhang Songfu was dumbfounded. Apex. Chapter 662. Zhang Songfu frantically asked, "Have you found our comrades?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "My two comrades from the Guardians, it's your turn now." Zhang Songfu's expression was one of excitement. After a while, he said, "A long time ago, I'm not sure exactly how many months ago, but I've already lost the concept of time. In short, I once met an old man." Jiang Shao was shocked and asked, "What's his name?" Zhang Songfu shook his head and said, "He didn't say. He just looked at my living environment and left." Jiang Shao exclaimed, "He left? Are you kidding me?" Zhang Songfu said helplessly, "I tried to get him to stay, and I also wanted to survive with him. I asked him for information about this place, but he didn't reveal anything." Jiang Shao said. Zhang Songfu spread his hands and leaned against the wall. "I can't catch up with him." "You can't catch up with an old man?" Zhang Songfu's expression turned solemn as he revealed a crucial piece of information. He did reveal that there are some people like me here who are still struggling to survive. Stunned, Jiang Shao asked in his Beijing accent again, "What do you mean by you?" Zhang Songfu said, "I'm not sure if he said that to encourage me. His original words should be, 'There are some people like you here who haven't given up hope.'" Zhang Songfu said agitatedly, "Seems like he didn't lie to me. There are two brothers from the Guardians here." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, that old man shouldn't be talking about the two Guardians. I stayed at their residence for a long time and talked to them a lot. If they had met this old man, they would have definitely told me. Not the two of them." Zhang Songfu was even more elated. "There are others? Are there many Chinese people here?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Describe the old man's face to me." Zhang Songfu frowned slightly and tried to recall carefully. Round face, round eyes, slightly shallow eyebrows, deep wrinkles. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and a photo of a person appeared in his mind. He matched the information that Zhang Songfu said to the person. He was indeed a soldier. His description was very detailed. As Zhang Songfu described more and more, Jiang Shao was able to match the person easily. It really was He Yun, great senior Kai Huang, the veteran who went missing in 1999. In fact, this snowfield was even opened up by him. Jiang Shao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A veteran who had been missing for 18 years? Still surviving here? When He Yun disappeared, he was 46 years old. Now he was probably in his mid-60s. How strong must one's heart be to do that? Jiang Shao also had reason to believe that He Yun was likely protecting several survivors. In the beginning, Jiang Shao and Second Last had seen soldiers appear in front of Jiang Shao one after another. Without a doubt, they were all alive. There were also close to 30 members of society who were lost in the upper dimension. Did He Yun protect them? Jiang Shao didn't think that He Yun was lying to Zhang Songfu, but for some reason, he didn't want Zhang Songfu to join a certain group. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but start thinking about whether he should show Zhang Songfu the way to Hu Wei and his wife's residence. Before coming into contact with this problem, Jiang Shao had always felt that one had to have very strong qualities in order to become one of the Guardians of the Night. Zhang Songfu was undoubtedly a qualified Guardian of the Night. As his brother, Jiang Shao naturally thought that Zhang Songfu should go to Hu Wei and his wife to seek survival together. However, He Yun's choice made Jiang Shao a little uncertain. After all, this was not the real world and there were no laws or restrictions. No matter how strong a person's heart was or how firm their beliefs were, they might change in the hellish snowfield. The snowfield was huge, but it was a huge cage. Loneliness and solitude would indeed devour a person's heart. Did He Yun discover something and refuse to let Zhang Songfu join that group? Or there are some special factors in that group, and there are people with special personalities. He Yun wants to ensure the relative stability of the small team. So he sacrificed Zhang Songfu to ensure that more people survive? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao asked, "How long has he been staying here?" Zhang Songfu smiled helplessly. 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Anyway, it's very short. He seems very busy. Jiang Shao nodded secretly. In that case, He Yin couldn't have rejected Zhang Songfu, because he found out that there was something wrong with him. Of course, these were all Zhang Songfu's side of the story. What if the two of them had lived together for a long time, and He Yin had really discovered something wrong with Zhang Songfu's personality? What if it wasn't Zhang Songfu's problem, but He Yin's? All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell into a dilemma. The only concern was that Yuan Yuan was still young. Zhang Songfu was a member of the Guardian of the Night, so he definitely met all the requirements. Besides, Hu Wei and his wife were both above Galaxy, so it would definitely not be a problem for them to control Zhang Songfu, who had just advanced to Galaxy. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was meaningless. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. Why did Hu Wei dare to bring him into the house when they first met? Of course, it was because of the couple's absolute strength. Why did the couple feel at ease letting Jiang Shao play with Yuan Yuan? Without a doubt, Yuan Yuan was the couple's life. The two of them were isolated from the world and would never allow anything to happen to Yuan Yuan. So, the problem was, how could they judge that Jiang Shao didn't have any ill intentions? Was it entirely because the couple was kind-hearted? What a joke. As soldiers, what kind of storms had they not seen before? What kind of hearts had they not seen before? Why did they trust Jiang Shao so much? Why did they trust a stranger who wore a mask and refused to reveal his real name until he left? Jiang Shao had reason to believe that the couple should have a special ability to analyze and judge a person. Or were they judging other factors? Clearly, Jiang Shao did not catch the secret signal between Hu Wei and Song Lan when he first met Hu Wei and his wife. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was pretty close to the truth. In that case, Jiang Shao felt much more at ease. Zhang Songfu asked with a sullen expression, "What's the matter? Do you know him?" "Yes, you must know him. You've done your homework." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, he should be a wasteland reclaimer, He Yin. He's also one of the first batch of soldiers to go missing in this snowfield." It didn't matter that he could disclose such information. Jiang Shao continued, "Is there any other information?" Zhang Songfu wanted to ask more, but after hearing Jiang Zhao's question, he paused and said, "I've been searching in the snowfield for a long time and finally decided to stay here. Apart from that senior, I didn't find anyone else, nor did I find the exit." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I won't stay here for too long. I'll continue heading towards the sunset." Zhang Songfu immediately perked up and said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Shao felt a little awkward and said, "You can't keep up with my speed. If I bring you along, my search will be much slower." A trace of loneliness flashed in Zhang Songfu's eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, "Then, is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Stay alive." He. Zhang Songfu smiled in a carefree manner and stood up. He patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, "Stay for a while longer. I'm going hunting. Have a meal with me and I'll send you off." Jiang Shao said, "No, the sooner I set off, the better." Zhang Songfu pursed his lips and said, "At least let me get you some star beads to replenish your supplies on the way. Let's go together." Jiang Shao couldn't turn him down and finally agreed to Zhang Songfu's suggestion. "So they're in the east, huh?" Zhang Songfu pushed open the wooden door and said, "As long as I look towards the east, I'll definitely find them." Jiang Shao listened to the crunching sound of his boots stepping on the snow and felt a little bewildered. Zhang Songfu smiled and said, "You've been searching in the direction of the sunset, which is the west. So, you came from the east. Go to hell with your grandpa." Jiang Shao suddenly had the urge to turn into a crow and fly away. What kind of a mortal is he? A strategist? A strategist? I have to get the Guardians of the Night. He seems to be one of them. In that case, I have to get him to join the light-chasing team in the northwest. Zhang Songfu asked, "What kind of people are they?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Friendly." Zhang Songfu was overjoyed. "Good, very good." Jiang Shao asked, "Why do you trust me so much?" Zhang Songfu smiled and said, "You have no reason to lie to me. What else do I have to lose?" Jiang Xiao said, I don't know. Maybe life? Zhang Songfu pointed at the snowy forest in front of him and said, You call living in this godforsaken place life? Do you think I care? Jiang Xiao smiled and said, What if I manage to save you? Zhang Songfu fell silent after hearing his words. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, In half a year at most, I'll go to the residence of the two guardians. Zhang Songfu held the giant sword in his hand and nodded. I hope so. Jiang Xiao suddenly grabbed Zhang Songfu and stared into his eyes behind a mask. He said sternly, Let's make a deal. Zhang Songfu looked at Jiang Xiao and said, I'm all ears. Jiang Xiao said, Protect them well. I believe you'll get along well with them with your intelligence. If anything happens to them, I won't come to the upper dimension again. Zhang Songfu smiled playfully and said, I know what you're thinking, but we're all Chinese soldiers, so don't worry. Besides, if they really don't welcome me, I'll leave immediately. Jiang Xiao nodded heavily. Tell me what you want. I mean, items from the lower dimension. Zhang Songfu pressed Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and his palm trembled slightly. Can you? Can you really do it? Jiang Xiao said, Speak. Zhang Songfu pressed his hands on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said in a trembling voice, My parents, I'm their only child. I don't know how they're living now. I don't know. It was this kind of rational and intelligent military advisor who analyzed things in an orderly manner, almost had his emotions broken down in an instant. He had been suppressing his emotions for a long time. The lips of the man in the helmet trembled slightly, and his face was full of pleading. Help me take a look. On Earth, in a hot pot restaurant in Chengdu. Jiang Xiao downed the beer in his glass and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. I want to go back now, can I? Han Jiangxue had already finished her meal and was listening to a street performer singing to the people at the next table with a guitar. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see Jiang Xiao pouring beer. Are you done? Jiang Xiao said, Yes, I want to go to Yali City. Han Jiangxue would never have expected to hear the name of such a city. Beijiang Province, Yali City? Jiang Xiao nodded and said, I was entrusted by someone. Han Jiangxue seemed to have understood what had happened. After remaining silent for a while, she took out her mobile phone and changed her flight ticket. I'll go with you. Climax. Chapter 663. The two of them returned to Jiangbin City from the rainy Chengdu and took the high-speed rail to Yali City. Yali City, or to be exact, Yali Town, was located 200 kilometers southeast of Jiangbin City. Although it was a small town, there was a huge ski resort there. Although it was close to November, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were not in the mood to go skiing. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue took a taxi to a slightly dilapidated residential area, according to the address given by Zhang Songfu. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue wandered around and found that the residential area was not bad. There were pharmacies, fruit and vegetable shops, and so on. The two of them found a hotel and booked a standard room. It was a small hotel in a small town, so of course, they couldn't expect the conditions to be good. Han Jiangxue understood what Jiang Xiao meant. He didn't want her to follow them. In the hotel, Jiang Xiao looked at the mirror and changed his appearance. He then walked out of the bathroom and looked at Han Jiangxue. Do I look like I'm 30 years old? Han Jiangxue was obviously stunned for a moment. Jiang Xiao, who was supposed to be young and inexperienced, was now extremely mature. Is this the middle-aged Jiang Xiao? Jiang Xiao continued. Wouldn't it be cooler if I had a beard? As he spoke, a mustache appeared above Jiang Zhao's lips, and his buzz cut also turned into short, curly hair that was the length of a finger. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips slightly and seemed to have seen Jiang Xiao in his prime. The only thing that had changed was his face, but his bright eyes remained the same. He was no longer that ignorant teenager. After days and nights of hard training, participating in battles of all sizes, and stepping step by step onto the top of the world, winning the world championship, his temperament had been honed, and it was far more attractive than his appearance. Han Jiangxue said softly, I don't want a beard. Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders and wiped the beard off his lips before turning around to leave. I'll be back as soon as possible. Jiang Xiao put on his hat and walked out of the hotel. He bought some fruit from a nearby fruit shop and carried a carton of milk before walking into the dilapidated residential area across the street. He quickly walked to the third floor and took a deep breath. He put down the carton of milk and knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. Jiang Shao knocked on the door again. Still, no one answered. Jiang Shao took off his hat and scratched his curly hair. Isn't she home? After waiting for 4 hours, Jiang Shao finally saw Zhang Songfu's father at 6 p.m. In fact, ever since 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there had been residents returning one after another. When they walked past the third floor, they all looked curiously at the man waiting at the door. Some of them even showed a rather emotional expression. It was as if they knew who lived in room 301 and had seen such a scene before. A tall and thin man walked to the second and a half floor and saw a slender figure leaning against the door of his house. There was a milk crate at his feet with several bags of fruits on it. The man immediately asked, "You are?" Jiang Shao turned around. He initially thought that he was just another passerby, but he didn't expect to meet the person he had been waiting for. Although the residential area looked old and run down, because of its age, the neighbors were very familiar with each other, and the occupancy rate was very high. Jiang Shao looked at the man in his 50s and searched for traces of Zhang Songfu and his son on his face. "Uncle Zhang." Mr. Zhang nodded gently and looked at Jiang Shao. He smiled and said, "Songfu's comrade?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. It seemed that this situation had happened many times and Mr. Zhang was already experienced. Seeing that Mr. Zhang was in a good state, Jiang Shao asked with a smile, "How did you know?" He. Mr. Zhang picked up the keys while walking up and said with a smile, "You guys have been to the battlefield, so you can tell at a glance. Come in." Jiang Shao grinned. Zhang Songfu had said that his father was an old policeman and had some skills. Moreover, his father was a special police officer, the railway public security. Mr. Zhang opened the door and gave Jiang Shao a pair of slippers. "You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? I'll ask where your aunt is and quickly ask her to come back and cook. We'll eat at home tonight." Jiang Shao walked in with the fruits and the milk crate, sizing up the small house. Although the residential building was old, the house was very clean. Jiang Shao placed the things on the coffee table and looked around. The house was about 70 to 80 square meters and had 2 bedrooms and a living room. It should be very comfortable for the old couple. Ever since he met Mr. Zhang, Jiang Shao had been secretly observing his expression. He could tell that he was in a good state. Jiang Shao was looking around the house and looking for any clues that indicated the old couple's living conditions when he heard a strong northeastern accent coming from the kitchen. "Rookie group? What rookie group? Don't join. Shalong, come back, we have guests." After muttering a few words, Mr. Zhang returned to the living room with double the amount of tea and said, "Sit, sit, sit, sit." With an expert leading the way, Jiang Zhao's northeastern accent returned. "What's a rookie group?" Mr. Zhang sat on the sofa and said, "1 yuan, farmhouse entertainment, pick up and deliver, food and accommodation included." "Huh? Is it reliable?" Jiang Shao asked. Mr. Zhang said, "I don't think so, but your aunt has participated several times and had a really good time." Jiang Shao thought about it and thought, isn't it another way to advertise? The target audience was not bad. Aunties of this age, if they were served well, the advertising effect would be able to cover an entire neighborhood. After the topic, there was silence in the living room. "Ahem." Mr. Zhang coughed and said, "Several batches of Song Fu's comrades have come. You guys are really considerate." Jiang Shao smiled apologetically and said, "I'm late." Mr. Zhang waved his hands and smiled. "What's there to be late about? Song Fu has a lot of good buddies." "Ha ha, you're promising." Jiang Zhao's words were only understood by himself. He was really late, be in the snowfield or here. Jiang Shao asked, "Uncle, you haven't retired yet?" Mr. Zhang said, "It's still early. I'm only 53. I'll be 60 before I retire. I've just gotten off work. Your aunt has already retired. She's been going around every day, doing rookie groups and square dances. She doesn't have any free time." To Jiang Shao, such casual words were already the best outcome he could hope for. Jiang Xiao asked. How old is she? Why did she retire so early? Mr. Zhang said, she's a railway worker, a frontline worker. She can retire at the age of 51. This is an old railway company. As the two of them chatted, they began to talk about other topics. 20 minutes later, Mrs. Zhang hurried back with a bag of vegetables. As soon as she opened the door, she said, Okay, I'll cook some dishes for you. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, didn't she ask for my name? In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a bowl of soup were served on the table. The couple didn't even ask Jiang Xiao when he would be returning to the team. They simply acquiesced and forced him to stay for dinner. However, Jiang Xiao looked at the white wine in the plastic bottle and felt a little apprehensive. White wine was not afraid of industrial production, but rather home-brewed. The alcohol content was too high, and Jiang Xiao really couldn't stand it. After drinking a jar, Jiang Xiao regretted it. He should have brought second last along so that she could have a good drink with Mr. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang's hair was short and curly, and she was in a good state of mind. She kept making Jiang Xiao eat this and that. Jiang Xiao finally experienced the feeling of picking up chopsticks to eat and drinking. You kids, don't worry. We're doing well. Mrs. Zhang got up and walked to the sink, washing the cucumbers and preparing to add another dish for the two of them. She continued, he's still working, and I get a monthly pension. Your team has also given us a lot of care. It's enough for us to live. Burp, Jiang Xiao burped, reeking of alcohol. He reached out and said, Wait a minute, Uncle Zhang. Let me take a break. Mr. Zhang took a sip of white wine and said smilingly, Little Jiang, it's only been 1 jar. Why can't you take it? Are you really a soldier? Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth and thought, What the heck? If you provoke me again, I'm going to make a phone call. Mrs. Zhang placed a plate of cucumbers and a plate of sauce on the table and slapped Mr. Zhang's arm. She then glared at him in displeasure before turning to look at Jiang Xiao. Eat more cucumbers to nourish your throat. This lousy wine is too strong. You feel like you're on fire after taking a sip. Kacha. Jiang Xiao took a bite of the cucumber and said, That's great. Songfu can rest assured now. Wine can be both good and bad. Under the influence of alcohol, such words didn't seem to be appropriate. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, You've cried, you've shouted, and you've shed all your tears. You still have to live. Mrs. Zhang then looked at Mr. Zhang. The reason why the two of them survived seemed to be because of each other. After all, Zhang Songfu was their only child, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear the blow of losing their son. Jiang Xiao sobered up a little and fell silent. He really wanted to tell his parents that their child was still alive and that he was very strong and alive. However, second-last words still lingered in his ears. Don't give them hope. Don't be the last straw. The them that second-last mentioned referred to the soldiers of the upper dimension. The same sentence applied to the two of them. Mr. Zhang said, That kid is promising and he's doing something serious. Let's not talk about it anymore. Kid, where are you working now? Mrs. Zhang looked over and asked in concern, Are you busy? Are you tired? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and shrugged without saying a word. Confidential. Mr. Zhang laughed and said, You're just like Songfu. You won't answer anything I ask. Mrs. Zhang suddenly reached out and pressed Jiang Zhao's arm. Little Jiang, since you can take time off, go back and spend more time with your parents. Jiang Xiao nodded solemnly. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 different dishes, Jiang Xiao helped Mr. Zhang to the bed to rest. Under Mrs. Zhang's repeated persuasions, Jiang Xiao eventually walked out of the house. Although Jiang Xiao drank less than Mr. Zhang under Mrs. Zhang's protection, he still drank too much. He staggered and walked to the first floor, after which he flashed and returned to the hotel. Han Jiangxue was absorbing star power, and when she saw Jiang Xiao standing in the room, she hurriedly got up and walked over. How is it? Why did you drink so much? Jiang Xiao said helplessly. It's hard to turn down your hospitality. Jiang Xiao then took out his mobile phone and handed it to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue grabbed the mobile phone and unlocked it with her fingerprint, only to discover that the phone was in a photo mode. Han Jiangxue tapped on the photo and saw a middle-aged couple sitting at the table in the small kitchen. Mr. Zhang was picking some food, while Mrs. Zhang was saying something to him. Jiang Xiao fell onto the bed, hugged the pillow, and said, "I wanted to ask for the photo directly, but I couldn't find a suitable reason. I took this secretly when I went to the toilet. I'm going to print it out." "Okay." Han Jiangxue locked the screen of her mobile phone and placed it on the bedside table. "Are you going to die again?" Jiang Xiao kicked off his shoes and curled up on the bed. He said in a daze, "Who knows?" Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 664. Let's continue with 4,000 words. Brothers, work harder. Don't let the gods surpass you. The next day, the two of them rushed back to the capital without stopping. By the time they returned, it was already October 21st. Since the start of school on September 1st, Jiang Xiao had barely attended any classes and had been wandering outside for almost 2 months. Hence, it was time for him to settle down. Xia Yin was extremely fond of Jiang Zhao's star pets. Hence, ever since Jiang Xiao returned, 2 figures would appear in the office whenever he was on duty. One of them was the black and white candle, while the other was the bamboo bear cub. Xia Yin took the initiative to take up the task of raising the bamboo bear. When she found out that there was a bamboo bear in Jiang Zhao's shadow ruins, she was overjoyed and would always purchase food to head to the shadow ruins to feed the sleeping bamboo bear. It turned out that the bamboo bear did not care about the environment it grew up in. After living a life where everything was provided to it, the bamboo bear became a real boss. It didn't even bother to move. Without the need to forage for food, it slept almost every day. Every time it woke up, it would be woken up by Xia Yin from its sleep. It would then drink milk, eat fruits, and eat jerky. Its bear life seemed to have reached its peak. In exchange, it would act cute for Xia Yin, play with her, and tolerate her pinching. As soon as Xia Yin left, the bamboo bear would fall asleep. Of course, Jiang Xiao could tell that Xia Yin was fond of the bamboo bear, but the bamboo bear in the shadow ruins was for Yuan Yuan. Besides, from the perspective of the team, the pets in the team should be as different as possible. Having more star techniques would mean more tactical cooperation. At this moment, Xia Yin was holding the bamboo bear cub in her arms and playing with it like a child. It was another day of duty. After Jiang Xiao walked into the office, he chuckled and released the black and white candles. He then turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "Let's find a chance to transform the ruins of the shadow of calamity. Throw a few fireworks in too to provide some light." Han Jiangxue sat on the chair and asked, "Are you planning to build your own star pet amusement park?" Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he thought, "That's a good suggestion." Jiang Xiao did some calculations and realized that there were 2 rattling bells, 1 large and 1 small bamboo bear, as well as black and white candles in the scourge ruins. Han Jiangxue could throw in a few fireworks hounds. Forget about Yin Xiaosu. Those little fellows always stirred up trouble everywhere. It was best not to anger the bamboo bear. Not long after, Gusher, who was carrying a backpack, also walked in. When he saw the trio, he said, "I suddenly missed the days when we ran until we died." Ever since Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue returned to school and reported the results to Principal Yang and Qin Wangchuan, Jiang Xiao began to study normally. As a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, there were also some adjustments made to Jiang Zhao's team. Gu Shern was finally arranged to join the fixed team. Song Chunxi was very capable. She was serious, responsible, and meticulous. She was very suitable to be a teaching assistant. Qin Wangchuan arranged for her to train the second batch of Wasteland Reclamation apprentices. In Qin Wangchuan's words, the students are getting worse and worse. Due to the fact that Jiang Xiao and the others were the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, the recruitment was aimed at students from all 4 years of Star Warriors University. Hence, talents like Song Chunxi were directly accepted as Wasteland Reclaimers, even though they were at the peak of the Galaxy realm. However, the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers was basically limited to freshmen. There were a few senior students who tried again, but the Wasteland Reclaimers didn't seem to take much notice of them. After all, they had already passed the screening of the previous batch. Hence, There were not many senior students in the Galaxy realm who became the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers. Not every student wanted to join the army, especially the elites. Of course, they would have their own choices and plans for their own lives. The senior students who didn't want to join still didn't, and those who wanted to were still screened out. Hence, most of the Wasteland Reclaimers in the second batch were freshmen who were mostly at the peak of the Nebula realm. Hence, it was naturally easy for Song, Chu, and Shi to manipulate them. Interestingly enough, in the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, all the apprentices went out of school to train in various dimensional spaces under the lead of the instructor. Only Jiang Xiao and Gu Shi were running laps in the school. In the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, only a few of them went out to train. All of them ran laps in the school stadium. It was bustling and cruel. Jiang Xiao had gone to see it once before. When he saw his juniors sweating profusely, their clothes were drenched, and they were exhausted, Jiang Xiao felt like he was seeing himself back then. Upon seeing Gu Shi enter, everyone stopped talking. Jiang Xiao continued, "If you want to run, go ahead. I'll give you a day off. The three of us will be on duty. Don't worry, I'll call you if anything happens." Gu Shi sat behind the desk near the door, tilted his head, and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "That won't do. If something really happens, I won't be able to get up from exhaustion. Wouldn't that delay the mission?" Jiang Xiao chuckled. "With me around, what are you afraid of? I'll heal you. I'll instantly make you feel energized and full of miracles. Full of strength." Gu Shi seemed to have thought of something as he shook his head vigorously. Forget it. Xia Yin whistled, which caught Gu Shi's attention. There were 4 desks in the office, all facing each other. Xia Yin and Gu Shi's desks were against the wall, while Jiang Xiao and Han Jianshua's desks were against the window. Xia Yin was the one who chose them so that they could sit closer to each other. Gu Shi popped his head out from behind the computer, only to see Goddess Yin sitting on the swivel chair with a little bamboo bear holding a milk bottle in her arms. She was staring at him in displeasure. "Oh!" Gu Shi immediately snapped back to his senses and raised his hand apologetically. He then stood up and walked out of the office with a cigarette in his mouth. Screech. Soon, the sound of a metal lighter moving could be heard at the door. "You little rascal, you're committing a crime," Xia Yin muttered softly while helping the little bamboo bear hold the large milk bottle with one hand. Her heart was about to melt because of how adorable it was. The little bamboo bear and Xia Yin were like tortoises looking at mung beans. Xia Yin liked to feed it, and the bamboo bear liked to eat too. Jiang Xiao, who was watching at the side, was a little worried. At this rate, his star pet would probably grow into a huge, round one. Jiang Xiao sighed deeply because he saw a black and white candle beside Xia Yan's chair, looking up at the little bamboo bear with drool dripping from its mouth. It was staring at the little bamboo bear with a look of envy. The little fellow's eyes flickered and it opened its mouth, looking so greedy that the star power in its mouth was flowing out. "Hey!" Jiang Xiao picked up the lemon tea on the table, leaned down, and waved at the pitiful black and white candle. "Come here." The black and white candle turned around and looked at the drink in Jiang Xiao's hand, seemingly trying hard to recall the taste of lemon tea. A few seconds later, it gave up and scampered over. Jiang Xiao reached out and scooped it up, placed it on the desk, and folded the straw off. He then said to Xia Yin, "You're too biased." "Huh?" Xia Yin looked at Jiang Xiao with a look of bewilderment, only to realize that the black and white candle was standing on the desk and drinking lemon tea. Xia Yin looked embarrassed and said, "I'll pay attention next time. I'll definitely pay attention next time." Jiang Xiao retracted his gaze and reached out to pinch the black and white candle's cheeks. He smiled and said, "Leave some for me." The black and white candle stared blankly at Jiang Xiao with its eyes wide open. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Slurp. Although the black and white candle seemed to be in a daze, it wasn't slow at all. Jiang Xiao could already hear the sound of the straw being sucked dry. The lemon tea was sucked into the black and white candle's translucent body and mixed with the star power before being slowly assimilated. Just like how humans eat food, it was turned into a kind of nutrient and integrated into the black and white candle's body. What was more interesting was that the little bamboo bear could at least poop and pee, but the black and white candle was simply like a pea show. It didn't need to excrete and could turn all food into nutrients. As for the things that its body didn't need, they would fuse with the excess star power and dissipate into the air. Okay, you're amazing, you're amazing. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao turned on the computer, opened the drawing software, and continued to draw the topographic map, keeping it updated with the topographic map that Jiang Xiao had discovered in the upper dimension. With Jiang Xiao's participation, Jiang Xiao, who was in the upper dimension, did not need to transform into a human for the time being. Instead, he accelerated and flew. At this moment, Gu Shi had also returned from smoking and saw that Jiang Xiao was busy drawing those strange topographic maps on the computer again. Gu Shi had once asked Jiang Xiao what exactly he was drawing. Jiang Xiao's response at that time was, "There's a world in my mind, and I'm going to draw it." However, Gu Shi felt that Jiang Xiao's brain must have gone haywire. What the hell is he drawing? There's only plains and forests. Isn't your brain too barren? This should be a bird's eye view, and the dividing line was drawn quite carefully. The problem was that apart from the topographic dividing line, the terrain was all replaced with Chinese characters. Forest, cliff, plain. Gu Shi, who had returned from smoking, knew that Jiang Xiao was going crazy again. Hence, he did not pursue the matter and ask about Jiang Xiao's secrets. Instead, he walked to a corner of the office, picked up the dumbbells, and raised them left and right. Jiang Xiao was creating a world. Xia Yin was kneading the furry bamboo bear. Han Jiangxue was absorbing star power, and Gu Shi was exercising. It seemed to be another beautiful night on duty. Until knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door hurriedly. Before anyone could answer, a student opened the door and exclaimed, "God pie." Huh? Jiang Xiao turned around to see a student who was drenched in sweat. The student panted and said, "There's a fight at the stadium. Teacher Song wants you to go over." Huh? Aren't these apprentices tired enough? Do they still have the energy to fight? Jiang Xiao gestured to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue said, "Hurry up and come back soon." Jiang Xiao picked up the black and white candle on the table and tossed it to Han Jiangxue before disappearing in a flash. Wow! The student who was drenched in sweat was clearly one of the wasteland reclaimers in the second batch. After completing his task, he sat on the ground and panted while leaning against the door frame. However, when he saw the scene of Jiang Xiao disappearing in a flash, he couldn't help but click his tongue and wonder. Such a high-quality star technique was really not easy to see. Jiang Xiao appeared in the Star Warrior Stadium of the capital and arrived at the green field that was filled with memories. When Jiang Xiao arrived, he found that the group of wasteland reclaimers were still running laps. On the south side of the field, Song Chuanxi was looking at the two students with her arms crossed and head lowered. Jiang Xiao's body flashed, and he appeared beside her. "Senior sister." "Yes, I'm here." Song Chuanxi no longer looked cheerful and gentle. He reckoned that this should be her teacher mode. She said, "Heal the souls of these two." Jiang Xiao squatted down and looked at the two of them who were sitting on the ground dejectedly. He couldn't tell if their faces were covered in sweat or tears. Jiang Xiao asked, "What happened?" Song Chuanxi said, "It's a private fight. I taught them a lesson." Jiang Xiao was secretly astonished and asked, "You used black flame?" Song Chuanxi nodded and said, "Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson." Jiang Xiao was amused and said, "I thought you were two warriors. You two medical awakened actually got into a fight. You're rather angry, huh?" Jiang Xiao recognized the two students. Zhao Zijian was one of the few medical awakened geniuses among the freshmen who were one step away from the galaxy stage. The other was Hu Xiankong, who was considered Zhao Zijian's only competitor among the second batch of students. Hu Xiankong's star map was very interesting. It was a scalpel that left a deep impression on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao and Song Chuanxi were well aware that the competition between the two medical awakened geniuses was so intense. It was because Zhao Zijian was personally appointed by Qin Wangchuan to replace Jiang Shao in the medical awakened. Hu Xiankong, on the other hand, seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the galaxy stage a week ago. Of course, he also wanted to fight for a spot in the Celestial Snow team. The profession of being a Star Warrior was a profession that was full of competition and even life and death. The sense of competition was, of course, in the blood of every Star Warrior. In such a situation, everything would be fine as long as it was a healthy competition. Jiang Shao chuckled and stood up. He turned to look at Song Chuanxi and said, "Two choices. Bell, they can calm down. Blessing, they can be happy again. Bell, Bell." Zhao Zijian wiped his tears and pleaded with a trembling voice with a dejected expression. "God Pai, I want Bell. I don't want a blessing. Everyone is watching. Bell, please." Hu Kongxian also sobbed and begged. Looking at the state of the two of them, Jiang Shao grinned and turned to look at Song Chuanxi. "Aren't you a little too harsh?" Song Chuanxi glanced at Jiang Shao and said, "When you use Black Flame, the enemy will only feel your pain and emotions when you're attacked." Jiang Shao raised his brows slightly and thought, "Yeah, I almost forgot about the characteristics. Forget it. These two brats even dared to attack Senior Song?" Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a blessing. "Damn!" Hu Xiankong's eyes turned pale and his body trembled before falling to the ground. Zhao Zijian stared at Hu Kongxian in bewilderment and frantically looked up at Jiang Shao before waving his hands. "God Pai, don't. God Pai, brother. Jiang Xiaopi. Song Chuanxi was speechless. Apex. Chapter 665. Zhao Zijian lay down too. This time, he was no longer sad or depressed. He finally smiled blissfully. Although there were still tears flowing down his cheeks, Jiang Shao could clearly see that he looked so blissful. Ha ha ha. Oh, God Pai is mighty. I'm dying of laughter. Who brought their phones? Quick, take a photo. At this moment, a group of students passed by the track. Song Chuanxi raised her eyebrows and hollered, "Run! Aren't you tired enough? Speed up." Jiang Shao also felt that Song Chuanxi was being too nice to the children, although they were all a year or two older than Jiang Shao. Back then, when Qin Wangchuan was training Jiang Shao and Gu Shiren, who would have the energy to laugh? Who would have the energy to take photos? They would be lucky if they didn't die from running. Seeing that Song Chuanxi was angry, Jiang Shao immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! A ray of blessing landed at the back of the team. The running team was shocked. What's going on? Who is God Pai trying to heal? Why is his healing empty? Jiang Shao yelled, "Run! It's time to eat poison. Run!" While speaking, Jiang Shao waved his hands, and the rays of light of blessing landed on the rubber track one by one. The running team immediately sped up. For this group of students who could only be called awakened ones for the time being, they might really not care about physical punishment. However, to make them lose face in public, none of them were willing to do so. They were all young people, all favored by the heavens. Who would be willing to make a fool of themselves? Song Chuanxi crossed her arms in front of her and watched the team speed up. She nodded in satisfaction and said, "I should hire you as an assistant." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "You've just been promoted and you already want an assistant. You're made for being an official, Sister Chuanxi. Go away." Song Chuanxi scolded Jiang Shao jokingly and rolled her eyes gently. Then, she realized that she had exposed her true character and hurriedly put on a stern face. "You can go back." Jiang Shao chuckled and looked at the two students who had sat up on the lawn in front of him. "It's good that you two are competing, but you've got the wrong goal. If you want to replace me in the team, what should you do to move Qin Wangchuan the most?" Zhao Zijian and Hu Xiankong looked at each other in silence. Jiang Shao said, "Defeat me. Prove that your abilities are stronger than mine. That's the most effective way. I have no choice but to let him go." With that, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The cursing Zhao Zijian and Hu Xiankong were left behind. Defeat the World Cup champion? Those great arcane gods and great war gods were all world-class. Yet they couldn't take care of themselves because of you. How could the two of us, who were at the peak of the nebulous stage, defeat you? Song Chuanxi was furious. Keep scolding me. Zhao Zijian and Hu Kongxian hurriedly shut their mouths and scrambled to catch up with the running team. Jiang Xiao flashed back to the duty room in the administrative building, only to see Qin Wangchuan there. At this moment, Qin Wangchuan was sitting on Xia Yan's table, looking down at her playing with the bamboo bear. Although Qin Wangchuan was a wasteland reclaimer, it was his first time seeing a bamboo bear with his own eyes. After all, the dimensional spaces in the bamboo forest were rare, and they had only been opened in the past 2 years. Qin Wangchuan was rather interested in the bamboo bear and had always wanted to touch it. However, Xia Yan was very protective of him, and he hadn't had the chance to do so. Han Jiangxue asked, "Has it been resolved?" "Ah, it's just a small conflict," Jiang Xiao said with a smile. "Instructor Qin, your appointment has made the other students unhappy." Qin Wangchuan stood up, turned around, and looked at Jiang Xiao before saying, "Go and compete then. That's what they should do." After saying that, Qin Wangchuan brushed past Jiang Xiao and pressed his hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. He then exerted some force and pulled Jiang Xiao back. Jiang Xiao was bewildered and turned around to follow him out of the duty room. When the two of them arrived at the corridor, Qin Wangchuan closed the door and gestured to the side door of the administrative building. The duty room was located at the westernmost side of the administrative building, where there was a small door and a tree-lined path outside. Very few people passed by. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and wondered what's going on. Why can't we talk about it in front of the wasteland reclaimers? Why do we have to talk about it in private? The two of them climbed over the waist-high green barrier and arrived at the tree-lined path. Qin Wangchuan stood still and lowered his head slightly to look at Jiang Xiao with a solemn expression. Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea what that expression meant. He had never seen Qin Wangchuan with such a solemn expression before. Qin Wangchuan said softly, "I have a mission here, a rather difficult one." Jiang Xiao nodded gently. Qin Wangchuan continued, "Ever since your cohort, the team has recognized the results of my leadership and is very optimistic about our experimental site. I'm now the chief instructor of the wasteland reclaimers in the capital, and I'm in charge of providing fresh blood to the wasteland reclaimers." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. "Impressive, Wangchuan." Qin Wangchuan glared at Jiang Xiao and thought, "Why are you calling me Wangchuan now? Why are you trying to get close to me?" However, Qin Wangchuan couldn't deny that Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue, and the others had something to do with his position. In the Capital Star Warriors experimental site, the first batch of wasteland reclaimers could really be described as outstanding. The children of the Capital Star Warriors were all proud and arrogant. However, Qin Wangchuan managed to recruit a bunch of reputable students for the wasteland reclaimers. Apart from Jiang Xiao, who was half a member of the wasteland reclaimers, the other students were all legitimate wasteland reclaimers. Qin Wangchuan said, "I don't have as much authority as you think. Song Chuanxi has already graduated and is not under my jurisdiction. I can only fight for her to be an instructor. I'm in charge of these 10 teams of wasteland reclaimers, as well as the 3 teams of apprentices who have yet to graduate from the first batch. Once they graduate, I won't be in charge of them anymore. The situation of your team is a little special. You know why I issued the certificate first, but you guys are not considered to have truly graduated. You're still my soldiers." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "That's still very impressive. You're the chief instructor of the Capital Star Warriors? You have to work harder and strive to be the chief instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards in the future. After that, your family—" "It's okay, go ahead." Qin Wangchuan suddenly felt a little dizzy and his hands trembled in anger. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, "I was fortunate enough to attend the combat meeting of the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers previously. Although I'm of a very low rank among the participants, I'm still in a position of power, after all." Jiang Xiao nodded and asked, "And?" Qin Wangchuan said, "You're a light chaser. You know the situation in the Northwest and the countries that are connected to our country." Jiang Zhao's expression turned solemn, and he said, Don't tell me your mission is in the northwest. Are you asking me to walk right into a trap? If I go to the northwest, I reckon I'll be taken down by the Guardians of the Night in less than 2 or 3 days. I'm still standing in the Capital Star Warriors because I'm a student and I've made an agreement with them. Jiang Shao looked upset and said, Besides, even if there's an agreement, it's useless. I'll have to return to the team as soon as they call me. Qin Wangchuan waved his hand and said, You know the situation in the northwest, but you don't know the situation in the northeast. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Damn it. I've been doing well at the chicken's neck, and now they want me to go to the chicken's buttocks, and now they want me to go to the chicken's head? Qin Wangchuan said with a solemn expression, I could have been a spectator, but I know that's not the right thing to do. I hope you can represent the Wasteland Reclaimers and participate in this mission. Jiang Shao grinned. Wasteland Reclaimers? What kind of godly title is that? It sounds like a younger brother. Can't you change it to someone more domineering? Qin Wangchuan continued. However, you're a guardian of the night after all, and you're the most special one. You're a light chaser. Besides, although you're my soldier, you're ultimately a volunteer. These 2 points make it difficult for me to give you a strict order. As a soldier, I have to be responsible for both of us. I have to ask for your opinion. Jiang Shao scratched his head. After a while, he said, Zhengji Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan was speechless. Do I need you to praise me? I'm telling you the ugly part first. Qin Wangchuan said, If you accept this mission, you're not allowed to leave before the mission is completed. I'm not saying that you're the type of person who would flee at the last minute. What I mean is, if the Guardians of the Night summons you, you must not abandon the mission here and leave. Jiang Shao nodded and said, I'll just inform them. No problem. Qin Wangchuan was stunned for a moment and said, No problem. He really didn't expect Jiang Shao to be so influential in the Guardians of the Night. As a soldier, it was his duty to carry out orders. If Jiang Shao could really guarantee it, it would be the purest form of respect. To sum it up, Jiang Shao had someone above him. Jiang Shao nodded and said, I'll definitely keep my promise. There's definitely no problem with that. However, I haven't promised you yet. You haven't told me about the mission yet. Qin Wangchuan said, The Jindalai Republic and the Kimchi Republic split the peninsula, and there's a 38th parallel between the 2 countries. Jiang Shao said, Okay. Qin Wangchuan said, Even if there's no war, you can imagine what the situation is like there. Jiang Shao nodded naturally. The feud between the 2 countries would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to explain. Qin Wangchuan said, The Jindalai Republic has asked us for help. A large number of dimensional spaces are blooming in the area near the 38th parallel. Jiang Shao asked, Is it the door of the dimensional space or the holy ground? He had to figure that out because there was a qualitative difference. Qin Wangchuan said, 73. Most of them are the door of space, the immortal flower dimensional space, and a small number of them are the holy ground. Huh? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. The immortal flower dimensional space? The space of the earth hibiscus? Jiang Shao asked with uncertainty. Although we seem to have a good relationship with the Jindalai Republic, do they look like the kind of country that will ask for help? I've always felt that they're very aggressive. Qin Wangchuan continued. Because they can't take it anymore, the Jindalai Republic has also requested that the number of troops carrying out the mission this time be maintained at 20. Everyone has to be registered. The country has handed this mission to the most elite team, the Northern Wasteland Reclaimers and the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Shao pursed his lips in disdain. Are we spoiling them? Why are they asking for help? Let them fend for themselves. Qin Wangchuan said in a deep voice, That's the problem. We can't let them fend for themselves. In fact, we can't even allow any problems to arise in this country. Think about the details yourself. I won't discuss it with you. Let's talk about the main point now. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Go ahead. Qin Wangchuan said, 2 countries, 2 armies, a military demarcation line. The people on that peninsula are of the same race, and it's difficult to distinguish them in terms of appearance. The language system is the same, and the accent is easy to imitate. Do you understand what I mean? As such dimensional spaces blossom in large numbers, there may be many humans who have camouflage star techniques. Jiang Shao came to a sudden realization. He had to understand now. Qin Wangchuan continued. At the most critical demarcation line, there are also a large number of special space gates and holy ground. There are also two extremely special creatures. Jiang Shao said, "Okay." Qin Wangchuan raised a finger and said, "The earth hibiscus can transform into a human's appearance." Qin Wangchuan raised a second finger and said, "The lily of the bell can make anyone hallucinate and enter an illusion." Jiang Shao nodded. Qin Wangchuan said softly, "Accepting this mission is equivalent to stepping into an extremely chaotic battlefield. However, you just have to grasp the key points. You're going to close the space gate and destroy the holy ground. The disputes between the two countries have nothing to do with you before you receive clear instructions." Jiang Shao realized the seriousness of the mission this time and asked, "Are you sure you want me to go?" Qin Wangchuan said, "There's no problem with your strength. There's no doubt that you're recognized by both the military and the world. As for why I want you to go, it's because you're representing the Wasteland Reclaimers." Huh? Jiang Shao seemed to have figured out what he meant. As usual, Qin Wangchuan went straight to the point. The Capital Star Warriors University is just a pilot project, and the results of the experiment are very good. The Wasteland Reclaimers will enter other universities in the future. I need you to represent the Wasteland Reclaimers and contribute to the progress of this project. Jiang Shao said, "You become the head instructor of the Capital Star Warriors University, and now you want to be the head instructor of the National Star Warriors University." Qin Wangchuan didn't hide anything and said, "This project is extremely meaningful to both the Wasteland Reclaimers and the country. It's also closely related to my personal development." "That's great. Wangchuan, I understand. You don't want me to be alone. You want me to lead a team of Wasteland Reclaimers," Jiang Shao said with a smile. Qin Wangchuan nodded and said, "The Northern Wasteland Reclaimers have 12 slots, and the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers have 8 slots. I've asked for one." Jiang Shao smiled and bit his lips. With an indescribable sense of playfulness and elegance, he tilted his head towards the small door on the west side and asked, "How many are inside?" Qin Wangchuan said, "You can choose any of my apprentices." Jiang Shao shrugged. Qin Wangchuan pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Xiaopi, this is what we should do. There's nothing much to say, but personally, I owe you one." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Wangchuan, return what you owe me now." Qin Wangchuan was overjoyed. Jiang Shao had accepted the mission. Qin Wangchuan asked, "How do I return it?" Jiang Shao said, "Change the name of the team. Wasteland Reclaimers Army? That's too childish." Qin Wangchuan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "I killed everyone on the battlefield and was revered by everyone. What should I say when others ask for my name?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips in disdain. "Me, Jiang Shao, Wasteland Reclaimer's apprentice?" Qin Wangchuan was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head and suddenly froze. "Don't change it. It seemed quite cool, huh? I'll continue writing 4,300 words to show everyone my sincerity." Chapter 666. Qin Wangchuan cast aside those irrelevant thoughts, took a deep breath, and confirmed again, "You've accepted this mission." Jiang Shao nodded slightly and said, "Yes, don't worry, leave it to me." "Okay." Qin Wangchuan slapped Jiang Shao on the shoulder. "You're loyal. Show them the style of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Let the higher-ups see the great value of the apprentice program. Not only can the students be nurtured and sent to supplement the team, but they can also be a powerful combat force." Jiang Shao grimaced and said, "You don't have to lecture me. Just be a good chief instructor. I won't be picky, just these few. Go and talk to the 3 of them. I'll make a call." Qin Wangchuan immediately nodded and left for a meeting with the 3 of them. Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone and reported to his superiors. Jiang Zhao's identity was special, and he had no choice but to report to second last. When Second Last found out that Jiang Xiao was going to participate in such a high-level battle mission, she didn't stop him. She merely advised him to be careful. Any war would involve hatred between the country and the family. Hence, the degree of a soldier's faith was determined by the degree of madness he had. The profession of Star Warrior was not a simple competition of data on paper. Instead, it was a battle of life and death. There were many cases of people failing miserably. The most typical example was Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was probably the biggest failure in the world. During the World Cup, all sorts of gods had failed miserably because of him. One must know that the heavenly Tao revolved around reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? While being lectured by Second Last, Jiang Xiao squatted down and drew circles on the ground aggrievedly. Logically speaking, the mission this time was extremely dangerous, and the nature of the battle was also extremely special. However, to be honest, the combat mission that Jiang Xiao participated in with Second Last wasn't any less dangerous. Second Last had once led a team of 4 into the enemy's army and beheaded the enemy's leader. How could the level of danger be low? Indeed, Second Last still felt that Jiang Xiao would only feel at ease if she let him. The advice reminded Jiang Xiao of something Second Last had once said, which was also her greatest hope for his career. She said, "Dying by my side is much better than dying anywhere else." After hanging up the phone and confirming that he wouldn't be recalled by the Guardians of the Night, he left the tree-lined path and walked into the administrative building. When she opened the door, Qin Wangchuan was teaching the 3 little guys, Han Jianxue and Gu Shi, and looked sullen while Xia Yin was dumbfounded. What kind of mission is this? Going abroad for a mission? The immortal flower dimensional space wasn't too bad. After all, the dimensional creatures, they were only at the gold rank at most. Furthermore, they weren't ferocious beasts. They were all skilled, confusing, and disguising. But the problem was that the situation over there was too complicated. The dimensional space was easy to deal with. They just had to destroy it, but the human army there, letting such an army of apprentices roam the border between the 2 countries, repeated horizontal jumps? Well, this was indeed very unrestrained, but it was in line with Jiang Zhao's style of doing things. No wonder the toxic healer agreed. Being outspoken, Xia Yin couldn't help but ask, why are there dimensional spaces blooming everywhere? I saw the international news, and it's the same in Central Asia. The situation was still fine a while ago, but it has been deteriorating recently. It's not optimistic. First, it was the Northwest, and now it's the Northeast. Are they trying to surround China? Qin Wangchuan corrected her. No, you misunderstood. It's not an encirclement. The soldiers have been fighting in places that you don't know about, and at a time that you don't know about. This includes the northwest region of China and the Changshan Mountains in the northeast. It's just that we discovered it early and dealt with it in time. We've also protected it well and managed to nip the danger in the bud. Xia Yin licked her lips and thought, it's not an encirclement. Did I just create the illusion of being surrounded because I dealt with it in time? Actually, those dimensional spaces and holy ground have long bloomed in China. Xia Yin wasn't clear about the situation in the northeast, but she was rather clear about the situation in the northwest. After all, the incident at Mount Nocturnal Misery was known to the entire nation. Everyone knew that the children in the northwest of Dajiang province had a golden candle as a pet. Han Jianxue knew more. Jiang Xiao was one of the contributors to the rapid pacification of the incident at Mount Troubled Night Mountain in the northwest. Han Jianxue frowned and said, Instructor Qin, as you said, the dimensional spaces with celestial flowers are blooming there. In that case, we need comrades with star techniques that can see through things. Xia Yin grabbed the little bamboo bear's paw and pinched its soft paw. Such star techniques are rare. Han Jianxue said, but there must be some in the wasteland reclaimers. Ahem, ahem. Gu Shi and held the dumbbell and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Gu Shi and looked at Han Jianxue smilingly and said, Goddess Shui, you have to know that I've made a huge sacrifice in order to cooperate with the 3 of you and become a member of your team. Qin Wangchuan chided loudly. Below Starry Sky Level 5. Gold Quality Pupil Technique. Have I wronged you? Gu Shiren's face stiffened and he muttered softly. Then why did I absorb a Chongming feather? I don't have any feathers on my body, so I can't shoot out any feathers. I've wasted a star slot just like that. Jiang Shao closed the door and said, Gu Shiren's dark ant sense and Chongming pupils, together with Xia Yan's field tears, are enough for detection, and dispelling illusions. Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, You don't have much interaction with Gu Shiren. Trust me, he went out for half a semester. Not only did he break through to the Galaxy River realm, but he also went to make up for the shortcomings of our team under the guidance of the instructor. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue nodded silently without any objections. Gu Shiren pursed his lips again and said, We didn't have much interaction at all. He didn't even talk to me. Since the first day of school, Gu Shiren had made it clear that he was aiming to be the shield of the team. Gu Shiren clearly knew what he needed, and he also expressed his attitude with practical actions in the subsequent period of time. When he was taken out by the instructor of the Wasteland Reclaimers to train and break through to the Star Power realm, all of his star techniques were planned according to the team. The instructors of the Wasteland Reclaimers did as Gu Shiren wished. After the start of the second year, they arranged for him to join the team. He initially thought that it was a good start, but Han Jiangxue was just like an iceberg, and even Xia Yan was easier to talk to than her. Gu Shiren was not slacking. He had also tried to build a relationship with Han Jiangxue, but she seemed to have treated him as a colleague on duty instead of a real member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Han Jiangxue didn't seem to have realized that Gu Shiren would always be in the team and stand in front of everyone in the future. Gu Shiren and Jiang Shao were in the same dormitory, and they had a lot of communication. However, Jiang Zhao's identity was rather complicated, which led to the possibility of new medical awakened star warriors joining the team in the future. Hence, Gu Shiren was once again at a loss. Regardless of whether others would say that Gu Shiren was cozying up to Jiang Shao, the team lacked a shield. Hence, Gu Shiren went to Jiang Zhao's dormitory. Since the team had been specially recruited as Wasteland Reclaimers, Gu Shiren went to sign up for the army and was successfully selected as an apprentice. Beneath Gu Shiren's mischievous appearance was a very determined heart. Gu Shiren wanted to make a name for himself and was very clear about his own position. Gu Shiren, who was also admitted to the Capital Star Warrior Academy, was an elite who had left home at a young age and experienced the vicissitudes of life. His star techniques were also from all over the country. He had experienced far more than his peers and was also more aware of reality. Gu Shiren was very clear that there were different types of talents and abilities. In a team, Gu Shiren believed that he was the kind of person who would do his part well and ensure that he completed his mission. However, at the same time, his teammates would also have to complete their respective tasks well. Only then would the team be able to reach a certain level. However, Jiang Shao was different. Ever since Gu Shiren watched the National High School League, he had been aiming for Jiang Shao. Yes, he was not only aiming for Han Jiangxue, who had 30 star slots, but also for the real commander, Jiang Shao. Regardless of how disdainful Gu Shiren was on the surface, he thought that Jiang Shao was a true leader. He was a leader who took on everything and was completely different from himself. From Jiang Zhao's perspective, his attitude towards his teammates was, try your best to do what you should do. If you can't do it well, it doesn't matter, I'll do everything that you can't. Gu Shiren wanted to complete his career and return to the most fundamental goal. He had dropped out of school, transferred schools many times, and even skipped a grade twice. His rich experience made him very clear about his self-awareness. If he wanted to truly stand out, he would have to assume the role of a member of the team, not a leader. The problem was that Gu Shiren was undoubtedly a leader-level figure. He had a very strong personal ability, and his various qualities were above the standard. Otherwise, he would not have become the only 2 Nebula apprentices in the first batch of students who were in the Wasteland Reclamation stage. The other Nebula stage apprentice in the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers was Jiang Shao. Gu Shiren was fully capable of leading a team, and it wasn't easy to find a team that could allow him to play the role of a member. Fortunately, he found one. Hence, he came to the Capital Star Warriors. If possible, Gu Shiren was willing to follow the team and participate in the World Cup in his junior year. If possible, he was willing to follow the Wasteland Reclaimers and achieve something in the future. Jiang Zhao's complicated identity once made Gu Shiren confused, but he soon figured out the relationship between Jiang Zhao and the team. As long as Han Jiangxue was around, Jiang Zhao wouldn't go far. For example, once the mission reached a certain level, Jiang Zhao would definitely be in the team. At this point, he was no longer a loss. He would advance and retreat with this team at all times. As time passed, Gu Shiren believed that he would be able to integrate into this team, and this mission was a very good opportunity. Jiang Zhao looked at the trio and asked, "How is it? What do you guys think?" Xia Yan looked at Han Jiangxue, who nodded at Jiang Zhao. In the corner of the gym in the office, Gu Shiren held the dumbbells and said without looking up, "No problem." Jiang Zhao turned to look at Qin Wangchuan and said, "If we complete this mission well, you have to help us apply for the medal." Qin Wangchuan froze for a moment and thought, "Medal? Is he asking for credit? That's rather straightforward." In fact, Jiang Zhao didn't care much about the medal. Of course, it would be great if he had one, but even if he didn't, he would still be completing the mission given by his superiors. There was nothing much to say about that. It was what he should do. The problem was that the medal would be rewarded with points. Jiang Zhao didn't want the medal, but the points. Ever since he absorbed the star pets, Jiang Zhao discovered that the black and white candle flames and the little bamboo bear were like two abyssal pits top. Chapter 667. On the 25th of October, 2017, in a military camp in the east of Beijing, 4 fully armed wasteland reclaimers arrived at the military airport under the lead of the head instructor, Qin Wangchuan. Although Jiang Zhao and his team of 4 had just been promoted, they imitated the wasteland reclaimers well. Jiang Zhao, Gu Xian, and Han Jiangxue were all dressed in proper desert camouflage uniforms and military caps. There was also an armband with the word Wasteland on their right arms. However, Jiang Zhao was very frivolous, while Xia Yan was very beautiful. Xia Yan was dressed in a desert-colored windbreaker, pants, and military boots. Her windbreaker was wide open, and she was wearing a grayish-yellow high-collared cashmere sweater. She also had a grayish-yellow knitted scarf around her neck. The scarf was simply a stroke of genius. It was loosely wrapped around Xia Yan's chin and made her look sluggish. However, Xia Yan's beautiful eyes were bright, passionate, and even a little menacing. They couldn't help but admire her suaveness. In fact, Xia Yan had also bought a set for Han Jiangxue, but Han Jiangxue turned it down in disdain and chose a proper wasteland reclaimer uniform. Jiang Zhao was very frivolous. Although he was also wearing desert camouflage uniforms, Jiang Zhao looked like a bandit. The main reason was because of the grayish-yellow windshield mask, which was no longer a lower half mask. Jiang Zhao's entire face was covered from the bridge of his nose all the way to his neck. Jiang Zhao was also wearing a round-edged camouflage fisherman's hat on his head. Not much of his face was exposed in the first place, and now only his eyes could be seen. Jiang Zhao was just short of an AK-47. "Sir, hello." Qin Wangchuan saluted one of the wasteland reclaimers, indicating that the team members had arrived. Qin Wangchuan turned around to look at the 4 of them and said, "This is Officer Chen Qidao. He is in charge of your mission this time. You must obey his orders unconditionally." The officer, who was addressed as Chen Qidao, sized up the team of 4, and his gaze lingered on Han Jiangxue for a few seconds. He reckoned that he must have recognized the World Cup contestant. Then, that tightly wrapped bandit should be the king of toxic healers, right? The group of 4 was also secretly sizing up Chen 7. He was not wearing a military uniform. His main body was in a grayish-yellow color. He was about the same height as Gu Xian, who was 193 centimeters tall. However, he was thin and looked smaller than Gu Xian. Chen Qidao's face was as sharp as a knife, but his expression was not serious. He even looked at Jiang Zhao with a faint smile in his eyes. "Who is the captain?" Qin Wanchuan couldn't bear to look at Jiang Xiao at all. He thought helplessly, who's the captain? The one who was the most unrestrained, and the one who jumped the most was the captain. Qin Wanchuan pointed at the bandit and said, Jiang Xiaopi, a student of the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers. He's the leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Chen Qidao murmured, Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Zhao's voice was loud and clear. Here, Chen Qidao nodded. Get on the plane and remember to collect your information. Yes. Gu Xian led the team, and the group of 4 quickly boarded the plane under Qin Wanchuan's gaze. After entering the cabin, they collected information about the dimensional space around the 38th parallel from a soldier. Outside the cabin, Qin Wanchuan and Chen Qidao were still talking about something while Jiang Xiao and the others quickly took their seats. Jiang Xiao had been on such a transport plane many times. The seats here were 2 rows of benches, but the middle was not empty. There were many large boxes that seemed to be supplies. Jiang Xiao opened the material bag in his hand and flipped through the information about the immortal flower dimensional space. In fact, in the past few days, the team members had already gained a sufficient understanding of the dimensional space that bloomed at the 38th parallel under Qin Wanchuan's lead. The peninsula was not large in the first place, and the dimensional space was relatively monotonous. Apart from the immortal flower dimensional space, the Golden Mountain dimensional space was the only one they had to pay attention to. However, that dimensional space was rare on the demarcation line. There were some dimensional spaces in the sea area of the peninsula, but the creatures there were very kind and did not have the ability to go ashore. Xia Yin pursed her lips and sat down beside Jiang Xiao. She then leaned over and looked at the paper in Jiang Zhao's hand. Every time she saw a creature like the ground hibiscus, she would feel a little awkward. The ground hibiscus was called hibiscus because it was in human form. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that although it had 4 limbs and walked upright like a human, it did not have a face. It was just like a faceless person with no facial features at all. However, its head could be opened and a large purple or pink flower would bloom. It was extremely strange. It was also a rare creature of other dimensions that had star beads in its chest. That form, coupled with its star technique, allowed it to have a second face that allowed it to disguise as a human and blend in with the crowd. For civilians, it was a very dangerous creature because the flower that bloomed on the head of the ground hibiscus was man-eating. Once one was deceived by the star technique of the ground hibiscus, the man-eating flower would reveal its true form even if a kind-hearted person approached it. They were not like the ape ghoul king who could fly in the sky and burrow in the ground, but the ground hibiscus was also a gold-quality, king-level creature. To a certain extent, the ground hibiscus was even more threatening. It was even more terrifying. The ground hibiscus would wear human clothes and take the initiative to imitate human movements, postures, and expressions. If it was given enough time, it could even learn the human language. Of course, learning the human language was still relatively difficult and required a long time. However, the amount of time it took to learn was one thing. The ability of this species to learn the human language was another. They could cleverly use their second star technique, concealment, to hide their star power fluctuations and disguise themselves as ordinary people. They could also disguise themselves as star warriors and use their first star technique to create a star map for themselves. It was a creature of other dimensions with extremely high intelligence. However, the thing that contradicted human civilization was that the ground hibiscus did not have a brain at all, and no one knew how it thought. Its head was just a flower. Once such creatures swarmed into human society, the consequences would be dire. There were no star beads that could be used to detect star techniques in such a small place like the peninsula. If one's country was more isolated and could not obtain any star techniques from other countries, the ground hibiscus people would be able to do whatever they wanted. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would cause great harm to the country and its people. Given enough time, they would even be able to occupy a place in human society. The ground hibiscus people's attributes in this aspect were so outstanding that it made one's hair stand on end. However, This race had two fatal weaknesses. Firstly, their star techniques were of silver quality, after all. Hence, they were relatively easy to see through. Secondly, their talents were all in terms of intelligence and learning ability. They were outstanding in that aspect, but they were severely lacking in other aspects. Their combat power was poor. They could hunt civilians, but if they encountered Star Warriors of the Galaxy stage and above, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even if the ground hibiscus encountered a combat profession in the Nebula stage, they wouldn't have a high chance of winning. Logically speaking, the advancement of any creature to the gold quality was equivalent to the advancement of humans from the Nebula stage to the Starry stage. There would be a huge leap in physical fitness. Back then, the lava ghoul, which that tortured Bait Jiang Shao, was a pure support-type lava ghoul, which who beat Bait Jiang Shao up with its body. However, the free-walking flowers, even if they were of the gold quality, still looked like a bear after their physical fitness improved. It was really hard to imagine how weak the silver quality and brass quality ground hibiscus would be. They were probably so sickly that they couldn't even get out of bed. The real killer was another creature in the immortal flower dimensional space, the bell orchid. Although it was also a walking flower, the bell orchid was not one of disguise or learning. Instead, it was one of confusion and illusion. When one was dragged into the illusion by the bell orchid's fog and slaughtered one's teammates, the bell orchid would probably be laughing at the side. Of course, it couldn't laugh. After all, it had a human torso and was covered in flowers from the neck up. Xia Yin pursed her lips and said in a muffled voice, "This immortal flower dimensional space sounds beautiful, but the creatures here are really strange." Jiang Shao turned to look at Guxian and said, "Halcyon eyes see illusions, detect, and track remnants. Halcyon light, shatter illusions. Dark ant sense, collect information within a certain range. Roar, clear head and clear eyes. You're the most important part of the team for this mission." Guxian nodded. He was not joking when he said that he would cooperate with the team to absorb the star techniques. Under the power of the Wasteland Reclaimers, Guxian's star techniques made up for all the shortcomings of the team. Han Jiangxue said softly, "Don't belittle yourself. You have silence, and everything can be solved. Silence breaks all laws." That was indeed Jiang Zhao's confidence. Guxian did not refute. She could tell that Jiang Shao had deliberately elevated Guxian's status in the team. However, Han Jiangxue was obviously not interested. Guxian sighed in his heart and thought, "Seems like there's still a long way to go to prove my strength." Amidst the loud noises, the cabin door of the transport plane slowly closed, and Chen Qidao walked in. He glanced at the faces of the Wasteland Reclaimers one by one. The 8 teams of the Wasteland Reclaimers were assembled, and all 32 of them were present. Chen Qidao nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "In 3 hours, you will step onto the battlefield. Adjust your state. I don't know how long this battle will last. We can't control the blooming of the dimensional space, but what we can control is our own team, our combat ability, and our execution ability. Each of the 8 teams here has a complete combat system. It's not an exaggeration to say that they can restrain the immortal flower dimensional space. So, keep your spirits up and take care of your teammates." When they returned home, there were 32 people in the cabin. Not a single one of them could be missing. "Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes." Their voices were sonorous and powerful, and Jiang Zhao's heart, which had been silent for a long time, began to feel slightly agitated. Anything that made one's blood boil was worth a try. Jiang Shao had tried to go to war for the country on various levels. Compared to the arena, Jiang Shao preferred the battlefield. With a sullen expression, Chen Qidao looked around at everyone and exclaimed, "Bring your officer badges. Protect your armbands." Chen Qidao said word by word. "Only by verifying one chapter can we verify your identity. Once you lose any of them, you must report it immediately. When I call out the password to you, you have to answer me with 6 numbers, which are the date and minute of that time. The year, time, and second are ignored." Chen Qidao suddenly yelled, "Jiang Xiaopi, password." Jiang Shao glanced at the green military electronic watch, which was specially configured by Qin Wangchuan for the members of the team. It had many functions, and Jiang Shao had been studying the manual for a long time. The bandit stood up and exclaimed with a domineering aura, 102,525. Chen Shidao looked at his watch and stayed silent for a while before exclaiming, Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Shao exclaimed in a loud and sonorous voice, Here. Chen Shidao walked towards the front of the plane and said casually, Check the time with the other captains. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin covered her face with one hand, and her image was ruined. Peak. Chapter 668. China and the Jindalai Republic were connected, and it would only take 2 to 3 hours to fly directly from the capital to the Jindalai Republic. On the transport plane, Jiang Shao checked the time with the other captains and the members of his team. At the same time, he also confirmed the commander of the team. Jiang Shao was appointed by Qin Wangchuan as the captain, so he was fully in charge of the team. Han Jiangxue was once again pushed to the position of commander. Jiang Zhao's idea was simple. Once an accident occurred, he would easily rush to the front of the team and provide help to Gu Shi or Xia Yin given his current strength and star techniques. It was not a one-on-one competition, but a war. In fact, it would be a large-scale battle. Once Jiang Shao was deep in the battlefield, he would definitely lose his perspective. Han Jiangxue was intelligent and calm in the first place. Hence, it would be the best choice to command the team from her perspective. The transport plane slowly landed in a military camp, which was not as chaotic as he had imagined. Looking into the distance, there was an endless stretch of green mountains, which was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations because the scenery there was rather good. The 8 teams were waiting in the tents, and Gu Shi and smoking addiction flared up again. However, as the younger brother, he dared not act rashly until one of the older brothers reported to his captain and walked out of the tent. Gu Shi immediately turned around and looked at Jiang Shao pitifully. When Gu Shi, who was 193 centimeters tall and burly, looked at Jiang Shao with such a gaze, Xia Yin felt that the entire world had become beautiful. Xia Yin shook her head vigorously and thought, What the hell am I thinking about? Jiang Shao nodded slightly and casually picked up the giant sword that was leaning against the side and wiped it gently. To his surprise, Gu Shi scurried back after leaving for just half a minute. When he entered the tent, he was still puffing smoke out of his nostrils. Then, Chen Shidao walked into the tent. Beside him, a female soldier pushed a huge tactical board over, on which a detailed topographic map was hung. Chen Shidao grabbed the long ruler and casually drew a line on the map. He said, We don't have to consider the sea. This line is about 241 kilometers long and the width. There was originally a buffer zone, but due to the chaos on the battlefield, everything is hard to say. When you get to the site, you'll see walls, fences, and even lines made of cloth. Remember my next order. Do not cross the line. Chen Shidao's gaze swept across the crowd. These soldiers were the elites of the elites. Each of them was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Of course, they were full of confidence. In any battlefield, some uncontrollable things might happen. Fortunately, they were all soldiers and they would listen to orders. Chen Shidao knocked on an area on the western side of the demarcation line. This is the joint security zone between the 2 countries. Any volunteers? For a moment, the 8 teams were silent. No one answered. Chen Shidao was not serious at all. He looked at Jiang Shao smilingly and said, Oh, it's a good tourist spot. This is a rare opportunity. Jiang Shao stared ahead without uttering a single word or making eye contact with Chen Shidao. Did I come all the way here for a vacation? Joint safety zone? Was there even need to think about it? Of course, it was a very safe place. This area was extraordinary. The 2 countries used to negotiate and sign the agreement there. The 5-centimeter cement line was a clear demarcation line that was very legendary. Since no one volunteered, Chen Shidao decided not to mention it and continued, Our 8 teams are in charge of the demarcation line in the central and western regions. Team 3 is close to the sea. Kai Ji, the captain named Kai Ji, stood up. Yes. Chen Qidao waved his hand. You guys go. Except for your team, the other brothers are all non-swimmers. Kai Ji replied, yes. Chen Qidao said, Team 1, Zhou Cheng. Team 2, Qian Million. 2 bear-like burly men stood up. Yes. Chen Qidao drew 2 areas, and the female soldier at the side hurriedly pasted the flags representing Team 1, 2, and 3 on the map to form a triangle. Chen Qidao then shifted his ruler slightly to the east. Team 7, Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao hurriedly stood up. Chen Qidao used the ruler to point at a spot close to the joint safety zone and said, You're the only team here. Are you confident? Jiang Xiao felt a little sad that they were still close to the joint safety zone that had a diameter of 800 meters. However, it was fine since they were only close to it and not in it. No problem. Chen Qidao said, Team 4 Xia Qi. A female soldier with a ponytail stood up and watched helplessly as Chen Qidao's ruler fell into the safe zone. Chen Qidao's expression turned solemn. I'll hand the most difficult task to you. We don't know when the mission will end. Maybe 3 days, maybe 3 months, maybe 3 years. During this period, I don't want to hear any criticism, not even a complaint. Xia Qi nodded slightly. 20 minutes later, Gu Shi sat in the driver's seat of an open-top military vehicle and looked at the entrance of the tent. Jiang Xiao and Xia Qi were talking about something. Gu Shi said, He seems to be enjoying everything, especially when he heard the words 3 years. Behind them, Xia Yin leaned her elbow against the car door and rested her chin on her hand while looking at Jiang Xiao, who was drawing the map in the distance. She said, It's all because Big Sister is pretty. Han Jiangxue also turned around to look at Jiang Xiao, who was walking towards them. She said, Although it's our team, there's actually a support team. If an accident really happens, her team will be the closest and the best one to ask for help. Jiang Xiao is establishing contact with the other teams. Xia Yin pursed her lips and seemed to be thinking about something. All of a sudden, she said, Hey, if Xiaopi marries this female soldier who's 27 or 28 years old, she'll call you big sister-in-law, and you'll call her big sister, right? Let's talk about our own. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Let's go. Jiang Xiao exclaimed as he placed one hand on the car door and jumped into the front passenger seat. The military vehicle advanced in the mountains and wilderness. In such terrain, Gu Shi stepped on the accelerator and the vehicle sped forward. In less than half an hour, the vehicle had already reached the front line. The Jindalai camp was already in sight. At this moment, Jiang Xiao finally understood what real chaos was. The 4 little guys in the car were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a spectacular scene before. The space gates that filled the sky were not densely packed, but they were stacked on top of each other. In fact, some of the space gates were even crisscrossed and pieced together. It was Jiang Xiao's first time seeing such a spectacle. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao did not see the shadow of the holy ground in the sky or on the ground. He reckoned that the holy ground would probably be destroyed by the concentrated artillery fire as soon as it was opened. Are all the space gates on the entire peninsula concentrated on this dividing line? They really know how to pick a place. The figures that fell from the space gate made one's scalp tingle. Their bodies seemed to be very light, and there were large pink and purple flowers blooming on their heads. Like parachutes, they drifted to the ground. Although they were not wearing any clothes when they walked out the space gate, their bodies were flawless. Although they were in human form, they were not real people. Their bodies were as clean as their featureless faces. There were no organs on their bodies. When they came to Earth, as the flowers retracted, their heads changed back, and the featureless faces appeared in front of everyone again. They did not have eyes, and no one knew how they perceived humans. They even imitated the appearance of humans. Oh my God! Xia Yan's mouth was agape. The military vehicle sped forward, and the strong wind swept through her chestnut-colored short hair. She widened her eyes and watched as a faceless person transformed into a human face. It was extremely lifelike and lifelike. However, due to the fact that it was not wearing any clothes, they could tell at a glance that it was a fake. Screech, the military vehicle braked and stopped in front of the military camp. A Jindalai soldier with a medium build stood in front of the military vehicle with one hand extended and 5 fingers open. Even though the military vehicle stopped a meter in front of him, he did not panic at all. He looked like a big shot. This Jindalai soldier's Chinese was unexpectedly good. Although he still spoke with his native accent, the 4 of them could completely understand what he meant. China. Wasteland Reclaimers. Team 7. Jiang Xiao stood up from the passenger seat and handed a stack of documents to the soldier. The soldier lowered his head and carefully flipped through the documents. Behind him, a few kilometers away from the military camp, was the chaotic battlefield. All kinds of huge flowers were falling from the sky, but this soldier did not panic at all. He carefully read through the documents one by one. With such a background, the soldier's every move made Jiang Xiao realize the terror of the earth hibiscus even more deeply. Jiang Xiao followed the soldier's rhythm and opened the door to get out. "Thank you for coming." The soldier put down the documents and turned to salute Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao hurriedly returned the salute. The soldier waved his hand to the side, and the railing was lifted. The military vehicle slowly drove into the military camp. The soldier extended his hand to Jiang Xiao. "My Chinese name is Chun Peng. I'm in charge of this place." Jiang Xiao shook the rough hand and said, "I want to go to the battlefield as soon as possible." Chun Peng nodded. "Turn left at the 3rd prefab house in front. Go straight and look to the left. It says Wasteland Reclaimer in Chinese. That's your residence. You can go to the battlefield at any time, but please protect your military identification and armbands." Jiang Xiao nodded and quickly got into the military vehicle. According to Chun Peng's guidance, they arrived in front of an independent prefab house and stepped in. Daily necessities, beds, and tactical boards were all available. Although there were only 4 beds, it was obviously not a Wasteland Reclaimer team's residence. Another team could probably stay here. Although the international friends made a lot of requests when they asked for help, the logistics and preparations were at least very good. Jiang Xiao took a look and said, "Serene, go and park the vehicle on the left side of the prefab house and make way for the others. We'll walk over later." Gu Shi and quickly walked out of the military green prefab house, while Han Jiangxue also activated Sky Smasher and handed him a giant steel sword. 10 minutes later, the few teams of soldiers stationed at the gate of the camp watched as the 4 Wasteland Reclaimers walked out and dashed towards the battlefield. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more Jiang Xiao felt that something was amiss. When Jiang Xiao and the other 3 stood on a small hill, the situation became clear at a glance. The so-called buffer zone still existed. Although its width had been infinitely compressed by the soldiers of the 2 countries, it still existed clearly. What replaced the dividing line was the dimensional space that bloomed in the sky and on the ground. No one destroyed the dividing line formed by the dimensional space. It extended all the way to the east and west, with no end in sight. As for the various flowers that walked out of the space and fell from the sky, they would either head south or north and would be cleared by the soldiers of the various countries. The soldiers of the 2 countries were only dealing with the symptoms, but no one was dealing with the root cause. They would only enter the dimensional space and destroy the holy ground when the door of the dimensional space was opened in their own countries. Jiang Zhao's expression was sullen, and he wondered, how long are we going to fight for? Do we still need all kinds of factors to promote unity and cooperation under such a disaster? The soldiers of the 2 countries could be easily distinguished. One of them was dressed in military green combat uniforms, while the other was dressed in navy blue combat uniforms. Of course, the soldiers of the 2 countries had all kinds of combat uniforms, but the colors of their uniforms were clearly intentional. In terms of the number of soldiers and combat power, the navy blue ones undoubtedly had the upper hand. They seemed to be watching a joke, while the army green ones seemed to be putting up a strong front. The appearance of the four soldiers dressed in desert colors attracted the attention of the soldiers on both sides of the dividing line. Han Jiangxue knew Jiang Xiao too well. Looking at Jiang Xiao, who was standing high up, she said, "You make the plan, I'll make the tactics." Jiang Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky that was filled with human-shaped flowers, as well as the crooked special boundary formed by the dimensional space door. Jiang Xiao glanced at the soldiers of the two countries and humphed coldly. "If they don't clear this line, we will." Han Jiangxue was a little hesitant. "Are you sure?" Jiang Xiao was rather firm. "We're here to guard a pure land, not to play house. I don't want to guard this place for the rest of my life. They don't dare to clear this line. Let's do it." Han Jiangxue glanced at the battlefield beneath her feet and said, 12 o'clock, close to the Jindalai line of soldiers, the space gate that's about 5 meters tall. Jiang Xiao picked up his giant sword and said, "Let's go." Huff, huff, huff. The heavy ice roar suddenly smashed into the dividing line that was more than 10 meters wide. The bodies of the flower-type creatures were fragile in the first place. Under the bombardment of the platinum ice dragon, their bodies were instantly frozen and crushed into pieces of ice. The path to the space gate was immediately cleared. Gu Shi and took the lead while Xia Yin pulled out the long giant sword of desperation and stood on his right side. Han Jiangxue was in the middle, while Jiang Xiao was at the back. "Don't go there. You'll be targeted. Don't go any further. Please wait a minute." In Jindalai's camp, a few Chinese words were heard, some of which were mixed with a strange accent, while some of which were spoken in perfect Chinese. Jiang Xiao strode into the buffer zone and walked towards the space gate while glancing at the soldiers opposite him. The soldiers of Aquamarine had sullen expressions and were on high alert. A faint murderous intent spread out, and they seemed to be waiting for an order. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiao did not retreat, but advanced instead, be it his pace or his attitude. Jiang Xiao walked forward step by step, while holding the giant sword in one hand and pointing it at the ocean blue in the distance. He switched to English and said in a muffled voice from the windproof mask, "If you want to attack, do it now. We all need a reason." All of a sudden, the soldiers on both sides fell into a strange silence, and there were only the sounds of battle left on the battlefield. Xia Yin turned around to look at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment and thought, where did that obedient kid from the Wasteland Reclaimers go? Gu Shi was even more dumbfounded, and he thought, "You're telling me this is Jiang Xiaopi? Is he so tough?" Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 669. The soldiers of Jindalai were still fighting bravely while secretly observing the changes in the situation. The soldiers of the Aquamarine camp all had different expressions on their faces. They were also dealing with the creatures that had fallen out of the immortal flower dimensional space, but they were all looking in the same direction. Of course, Jiang Xiao noticed their actions. He looked over and saw a tall and burly soldier who seemed to be the leader of the team. The soldier's position on the battlefield was towards the back, so he didn't participate in the battle with the dimensional creatures. At that moment, the soldier's expression was extremely gloomy, and his gaze was gloomy. However, he didn't say anything, nor did he give any orders. Jiang Xiao grinned and hid his expression well in the windproof mask. The team of 4 then approached the immortal flower dimensional space in the buffer zone. Everyone watched as the team of 4 approached the immortal flower dimensional space. When the team arrived at the designated location, everything remained the same. The other party did not take any action or give any orders. Jiang Xiao said in English, "I think so too." Gu Shi did not understand Jiang Xiao's combat style, but Xia Yin looked at Jiang Xiao with a playful gaze. The two of them did not say anything and simply carried out the orders without any objections. Han Jiangxu understood Jiang Xiao better and was able to differentiate between Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiao in the arena and on the battlefield. Hence, she reacted early on. Han Jiangxue felt that there would be changes if she delayed any longer. Since they had already arrived at the designated location, there was no reason for her to wait for the other party's response. She felt that she should take action now. Han Jiangxue frowned and raised her hands continuously, after which several gusts of barren wind blew the three of them into the space door in the air. Han Jiangxue flicked her long and slender finger again and entered the space gate. In an instant, she fell from the chaotic and noisy battlefield into a fairyland. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. There were even red and blue butterflies dancing in the air. The warm sunlight shone on the ground, and there was a sea of flowers at a glance. The flowers were of different sizes, and the smaller ones looked like wildflowers on the roadside. The larger ones were incredible, and some of them were even taller than Han Jiangxue. The huge petals were like umbrellas that not only covered the sky, but also emitted a fragrance. Occasionally, butterflies could be seen flying around the giant flowers. Are these butterflies also creatures of other dimensions? However, they are about the same size as the butterflies on Earth. Judging from their size, they probably can't even produce star beads. They shouldn't be at the level of star beasts. Anyway, the information did not show such creatures of other dimensions. Standing in the peculiar and beautiful sea of flowers, Han Jiangxue said coldly, "What you did just now was very dangerous. Commander Qin Shidao has repeatedly emphasized not to get involved in the dispute between the two countries. Our goal is only the immortal flower dimensional space." Jiang Shao looked into the distance and smelled the refreshing fragrance of the flowers. "You're not going to intervene? How are we going to clear the space door if we don't intervene? If we don't intervene, we won't be able to clear the space door." Han Jiangxue said, "You could be nicer." Jiang Shao snorted and said, "Jiang Jiangxue and star beasts. Space door Jiangxue, I, Jiang you, and Jiang. And I you, I and Jiang I Jiangxue in faces." And before Han Jiangxue could say anything, Jiang Shao continued, "Since we're a third party and we're also wearing military uniforms, and our goal is to destroy the immortal flower space, we have to be tough. Now that we've opened up the situation, things will be much easier." Han Jiangxue opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. "In that case, let's do it your way." At this moment, Gu Shiren thought to himself, "You're really King tough." "Shue?" Xia Yan's voice sounded all of a sudden, and she pointed the giant blade of desperation into the distance. Everyone looked over, but they weren't sure which flower Xia Yan was referring to. Xia Yan said loudly, "That huge pink flower is moving close to the ground. Do you guys see it? It's about 50 meters away in the 10 o'clock direction." Han Jiangxue's eyes narrowed, and she immediately cast Ice Roar without hesitation. In an instant, an area of the beautiful immortal flower dimensional space was smashed into pieces, and the ground was covered in crushed ice that froze the petals and roots. The immortal flower creatures had low defense and would definitely be killed instantly when they encountered the platinum-quality Ice Roar. Unfortunately, the blood of the humanoid flower beasts here was transparent and somewhat sticky. The blood was not bright red, so no one could find the crushed ice that was stained red. Hence, they weren't sure if Han Jiangxue had killed the flower beast or not. Han Jiangxue said, "Cry, Xia Yan." "Huh?" Xia Yan blinked. Han Jiangxue was a little displeased with Xia Yan's reaction and said coldly, "Cry." Oh. Xia Yan hurriedly snapped back to her senses and raised her head to look at the blue sky and white clouds. A layer of mist gradually formed in her large and beautiful eyes. Tears began to fall from her red eyes. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, covering the beautiful blue sky, white clouds, and sunlight. Drip, drip, as the raindrops fell and moisturized the field of flowers. Xia Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, "Wow!" With a sigh, Xia Yan disappeared without a trace. The dark silver giant blade of desperation in her hand suddenly lit up and turned into a bright silver color. A ray of light flashed across the dim sky, and when everyone saw the terrifying line drawn by the light, Xia Yan had already reached her destination. Jiang Shao finally heard the shrieks of the flowers. although he did not know what they were using to make sounds. The shrieks were very real after Xia Yan's giant sword pierced through their chests. It was a stark contrast to the beautiful fairyland. Everyone seemed to be in a dark fairy tale. On the surface, everything seemed so beautiful. But as people explored this place and gained a deeper understanding of things, they discovered that there was danger hidden beneath the beautiful exterior. Xia Yan returned and drew 3 lines with her silver sword, forming a triangle. Her short chestnut-colored hair and the tail hem of her desert trench coat fluttered in the air, while her tall and slender figure slid back to a distance. The difference between the star techniques of teleportation and high-speed movement was finally revealed in front of everyone. Although the rest of the team could not tell the difference between Xia Yan's blade of desperation and teleportation in terms of speed, the flowers and grass that had been crushed by Xia Yan's charge revealed a path in the sea of flowers. "There are too many," Xia Yan said while tears mixed with rainwater streaked across her fair and tender face. It would be fine if she didn't use her star technique, but once she did, the sea of flowers that was covered by the heavy rain made Xia Yan feel like she was surrounded by danger. The humanoid flower beasts were cleverly integrated with the environment. They were well hidden and camouflaged, but Xia Yan could easily identify them. Those with arms, legs, and flower-like heads were of course the enemies. The dark clouds in the sky continued to gather endlessly. In such a geographical environment, Xia Yan was really going to become a god. Nothing in the world could escape her perception. "Be our guide and stand behind me," Han Jiangxue said, turning to look at Jiang Shao. "You and Gu Shuren take the front." Jiang Shao moved forward while Xia Yan retreated. When the two of them brushed past each other, Jiang Shao gently patted Xia Yan's shoulder with a look of encouragement in his eyes. Although it was not a star technique of sorrowful tears that wouldn't lower one's emotions, it was just a tear of the domain that allowed Xia Yan to fly freely and sense everything. However, Xia Yan's teary eyes ruined her valiant aura and made her look rather delicate. That's the real star technique of camouflage, right? If you didn't know Xia Yan's character, Jiang Shao wouldn't have had the heart to let her cry again. Xia Yan's actions also made Jiang Shao feel a little stunned. She actually stuffed a star bead into Jiang Zhao's pocket. She actually took out a star bead at such a high speed just now. Judging from the path that Xia Yan had just taken, she should have hunted and killed 2 humanoid flower beasts. Hence, she should have obtained 2 star beads. However, she was advancing at an extremely fast speed just now. Hence, it would be normal for her not to obtain a single star bead. What kind of amazing operation is that? Anyway, Jiang Shao didn't see it clearly at all. Jiang Shao didn't even know how Xia Yan left. He only knew how she returned. Han Jiangxue said, "It's urgent. Our target is the holy ground." Jiang Shao put one hand in his pocket and reached for the star bead while holding the giant sword in his other hand. He began running alongside Gu Shuren. At the same time, he received a message from the internal star map. Lily of the Valley Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Lily of the Valley Line. Emits a thin line of astral power for the user to control. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Mist of the Lily of the Valley. Consume a large amount of astral power to summon and release a cloud of mist that can drag the target into an illusion and confuse them. The star technique required a certain amount of preparation time, and the user would also be able to affect the illusion of the Orchid of the Valley to a certain extent. Gold Upgradable. 3. Lily of the Valley Tool. According to the will of the user, the Lily of the Valley Mist will transform into a tool. After a certain period of time, this tool will explode and release the Lily of the Valley Mist. According to the user's will, they could also choose the right time to explode and release the Mist of the Valley. Both forms required a certain amount of time to prepare. Gold Quality Upgradable. Jiang Shao was amazed. Although he had already seen all the star techniques of the Lily of the Valley Star Bead, Jiang Shao still couldn't help but recall the World Cup when he saw it with his own eyes. Jiang Shao thought of the only younger brother he met during the process of killing the gods, Jin Pingchong, the contestant of the Republic of Kimchi. Back then, Jin Pingchong used the threads of star power to control a bunch of daggers that danced around Jiang Xiao like butterflies. The scene was still lingering in Jiang Zhao's mind. The star technique of the Lily of the Valley star technique was really good. To sum it up, it was flashy. Jiang Xiao knew the urgency of the mission and did not pick up the other star bead. Anyway, there were so many immortal flowers and dimensional spaces here that it didn't matter. In fact, Jiang Xiao liked such a rapid march. After all, destroying the holy ground was a real battle achievement. The more they destroyed, the higher the possibility of obtaining the Wasteland Reclamation Medal. Xia Yin, who was at the back of the team, had already freed her long legs and was already flying in the air. Under the dim rain, in the beautiful sea of flowers, the team of 4 quickly searched for the location of the holy ground and advanced quickly into fairyland. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 670. To their surprise, after marching for 30 minutes, they encountered fewer and fewer flower-type star beasts. They also knew that they had gone in the wrong direction. Stop, Han Jiangxue ordered, and the team of 4 stopped. Although there were creatures of other dimensions everywhere in the immortal flower dimensional space, there was no doubt that the closer they were to the holy ground, the more flower-type star beasts there would be. They had been moving in the same direction for a long time, but the number of star beasts did not increase. Instead, they were getting fewer and fewer. Hence, they had definitely deviated from the correct direction. Come down, Han Jiangxue said to Xia Yin while looking up at her. Xia Yin slowly descended, and before she even landed, Han Jiangxue had already opened a large black space teleportation shield. The translucent black space teleportation shield enveloped everyone, and layers of space-time ripples spread from the top of the teleportation shield, looking mysterious and dreamy. Whoosh! The black space teleportation shield was immediately retracted, and, at the next moment, the team of 4 returned to the starting point, in front of the space portal. The black space teleportation shield spread and dissipated. At this moment, Han Jiangxue actually made an interesting suggestion. She looked at Jiang Xiao and said, "How about we split up? In the process of carrying out a mission, the commander should be the type of person who could make decisions on his own without discussing with the team members." Han Jiangxue was not deliberately trying to save face for Jiang Xiao, but rather, she was subconsciously acknowledging Jiang Zhao's strength and status. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "As long as we don't fall for it, the flower-type creatures here are indeed weak and won't be our match. The problem is we're afraid of falling for it. That would be troublesome." Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "For the sake of safety, you and Gu Shi shall split up and lead 1 team each. Gu Shi has the star techniques of detection, tracking, and roar, which are all effective against flower-type creatures. You have silence." Jiang Xiao nodded and suggested, "Why don't the 3 of you form a team and I'll go alone? I can flash faster too." Han Jiangxue said calmly, "So what if you find the holy ground? You don't have the ability to destroy it." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "She really isn't my biological sister. Are you really stabbing me in the heart?" Jiang Xiao was essentially a medical support star technique. Of course, all his star techniques were auxiliary star techniques. Although his output was rather high, there were no explosive star techniques on the list of star techniques. The azure light could not destroy the holy ground at all. Even the incomparably powerful tear of sorrow was used to destroy people's hearts. It hurt people, not objects. Even if it was raining cats and dogs, the holy ground had no human emotions, so it was impossible for it to cry and close itself. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was probably inferior to Jiang Xiao the decoy. Even if Jiang Xiao the decoy's exploding arrow was of silver quality, it could easily cause space to vibrate and cause the holy ground to collapse. After all, the holy ground was extremely unstable. Jiang Zhao's black and white candlebear could destroy the holy ground, but that guy was still young. He didn't know if the illusory little bamboo could shatter the holy ground at this moment. Xia Yin covered her mouth with one hand and couldn't help but snicker. However, her eyes were still filled with tears, so she looked rather odd at this moment. Han Jiangxue said, "From the perspective of perception, Gu Shiren and Xia Yin need to be separated. I'll team up with Gu Shi, and you'll team up with Xia Yin." Han Jiangxue glanced at everyone, and Gu Shi and was the first to speak. "No problem. It's time to gain Han Jiangshue's approval. Without Jiang Zhao, silence breaks all laws. Gu Shiren will be able to unleash his greatest potential and make Han Jiangxue truly realize how useful he was." Xia Yin pulled her wet scarf up and said reluctantly under Han Jiangshue's gaze, "Okay." Han Jiangxue continued, "From the perspective of the return journey, we should split it up like this. I can bring Gu Shiren back here instantly, Xia Yin can fly, and you can teleport. The speed of our return won't be too slow." Once the holy ground was destroyed, the main connection channel of the lower dimension would be lost, and the other smaller dimensional channels would not be able to maintain stability either. Hence, they would gradually lose their connection. This process would last for 20 to 30 minutes, which would be enough for everyone to rush back, walk out of the space gate, and return to Earth. Jiang Shao nodded. He knew that Han Jiangxue just didn't make it clear. In fact, Jiang Zhao's diamond-quality space-time gap could teleport with him. In other words, just like Han Jiangxue, Jiang Shao could return to this place as soon as the holy ground was destroyed. Hence, such an arrangement was very reasonable and would ensure everyone's safety to the greatest extent. Jiang Shao had destroyed many holy grounds and was very experienced. He couldn't help but exhort, once the holy ground is destroyed, there will be a scene of doomsday in this space. The entire dimensional space will tremble violently, and the ground will be torn apart while the mountains and rivers will shake. This process will last for about 30 seconds. Han Jiangxue nodded and ordered, "Once such a phenomenon occurs, regardless of what the other team is doing, you must immediately leave the battlefield and rush back to the space gate to return to Earth as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Jiang Shao said, "No problem. Xia Yin, Xiaopi is now your captain and commander. All you have to do is to listen to orders and execute them. Don't be willful." After careful consideration, Han Jiangxue decided to address him as Jiang Shao when they were alone and Xiaopi when there were outsiders around. "Got it." Xia Yin waved her hand casually, as if she had long expected that outcome. Han Jiangxue strode forward, raised her hand, and gently patted Jiang Zhao's wet mask. "Be careful." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. "Let's go." Han Jiangxue turned around to look at Gu Shi and pointed in the opposite direction. Gu Shiren nodded at Jiang Shao and Xia Yin, after which he started running. In Gu Shiren's opinion, the purpose of splitting up was to destroy the holy ground as soon as possible. However, Gu Shiren didn't know that Han Jiangxue had other intentions for making such a decision. At this moment, Jiang Shao could go and fill his star beads. "Thank you for your assistance, sister. Pippi, let's go, shall we?" Xia Yin placed her elbow on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and leaned towards him. She watched as Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi and left in the sea of flowers, feeling a little sour. It was all because the sea of flowers was too beautiful. "Let's go." Jiang Shao looked to the left, only to see that the terrain was slightly different. It was not a sea of flowers, and there were undulating mountains in the distance. Xia Yin suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "You can go all out this time. Let's fly together, shall we?" Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Who wants to be intimate with you and fly away?" Xia Yin was dumbfounded. "I said I'd fly together with you. I didn't say I'd be intimate with you. You drama queen, where did you come up with so many words in your head?" Xia Yan's eyes were bloodshot and the sky was filled with dark clouds. She slowly floated up and couldn't be bothered with Jiang Shao. After rising to a certain height, she suddenly sped up. Jiang Shao hurriedly chased after her, but the problem was, Xia Yin was flying in extremely fast speed, and he couldn't catch up at all. She was determined to get rid of Jiang Shao. How could Jiang Shao be happy about that? He yelled, "I'm afraid you don't know my nickname." Xia Yin exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Xiaopi, if you dare to heal me, I'll complain to Han Jiangxue. I'll complain to Chun Chi Dao. I'll complain to Qin Wan Chuan. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared in the sky, grabbing her ankle with one hand. Xia Yan's body that was flying in the sky was pulled down by him. Xia Yan kicked her legs forcefully, but she couldn't get rid of Jiang Xiao. She yelled in exasperation, Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi, you Doxkin Plaster. Is that your nickname? Hee hee. Jiang Xiao took a free flight and was elated. He didn't take advantage of her and simply remained silent. Xia Yan flew for a long time and finally couldn't take it anymore. She kicked her long legs forcefully again and said, Can't you fly by yourself? Don't pester me, it's so heavy. Jiang Xiao changed the topic and said, Tell me if you find any. I'll replenish your star power. Xia Yan landed and said, There's one over there. Jiang Xiao asked, Really? Xia Yan said angrily, Why don't you activate the tier of the domain and sense it yourself? Okay. Jiang Xiao took a closer look and landed steadily. Xia Yan said, Do you see that big purple flower? Jiang Xiao nodded and fixed his gaze on it in the dense forest of flowers. He also mobilized the star power of the bamboo bear in the star map. A ray of countercurrent light was thrown out. Although the platinum-quality bamboo bear was in its infant form, it had far more star power than Jiang Zhao's when he was in the galaxy stage. The thick countercurrent light accurately landed on the blooming purple flower. At the next moment, the purple flower began to tremble violently. With a strange hissing sound, the purple flower grew again, and the flower that was the same size as the sun umbrella grew and expanded again. With a large amount of star power irrigation, the earth hibiscus began to advance. Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. With the help of the bamboo bear, the active star infusion could still be done. Would the diamond-quality earth light, star concealment, and secondary image be far away? Would the diamond-quality secondary image still only be able to transform into creatures that were similar to humans? Would it be able to transform into 72 transformations like the Great Sage? Could it transform into a mosquito or a butterfly? Would the star map, transformed by the diamond-quality earth light, still only be able to change the image on the surface? Jiang Xiao stared at the huge flower in the distance with a fervent gaze, getting more and more excited as he thought about it. I still have to have dreams. What if it comes true? The star technique of illusory decoy has been upgraded all the way to the point of transforming into a real body. Why can't the star map have any substantial changes? At the side, Xia Yan quietly took 2 steps to the left and looked at the excited Jiang Xiao silently, as if he was a retard. At this moment, she didn't know that her body was in a fairyland, but Jiang Gupi's heart was drifting in it. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 671. As the huge flower trembled violently, Jiang Xiao hurriedly snapped back to his senses. Is the advancement about to be completed? When Jiang Xiao felt that the advancement process had reached a certain level, he immediately cut off the countercurrent light. Silver and gold star beads were completely different from platinum star beads. In order to inject the platinum star bead, Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light had to be cut off in time. Otherwise, given the total amount of star power, Jiang Zhao's bamboo bear's star power might not flow to the earth flower. It would flow back instead. Jiang Zhao's introduction had to be just right. Once he discovered that the other party's advancement was about to be completed, Jiang Zhao's mission would be completed. It would also be a test of his control of timing. If he cut it off too early, it might result in insufficient star power and cause the target to be unable to advance. If he cut it off too late, it might cause the target to have more star power than Jiang Xiao and the bamboo bear cub before it advanced, causing the target to be unable to advance. Of course, Jiang Xiao didn't want to see the target fail to evolve. In the sea of flowers, layers and layers of star power converged towards the huge flower. The gold-grade earth hibiscus had finally reached the final step and was firmly moving towards the platinum grade. After a full 30 seconds, The star power around the sea of flowers became extremely thin and seemed to have been absorbed by the earth flower that was about to advance. Success. A platinum rank earth hibiscus. After confirming that the other party had successfully evolved, Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light again and connected it to the earth hibiscus that was full of star power. The earth flower that had just painstakingly absorbed all the star power in the surroundings poured back into the bodies of Jiang Shao and the bamboo bear cub. The more terrifying thing was that Jiang Shao had also separated a countercurrent light and connected it to Xia Yan's body. Xia Yan, who had been using the tear field star technique and consuming a large amount of star power, was instantly filled with star power. Then, the earth flower died. The huge flower petal was chopped off by Jiang Shao, and the star bead in front of its chest was taken out. Xia Yan covered her mouth with one hand, or rather, her scarf. Her eyes were red and teary. Jiang Xiaopi, you're so vicious. You chopped its petals, sucked its star power, and even took its star bead. Jiang Shao held onto the platinum quality earth flower star bead and was immediately stunned. Xia Yan asked, Hua is so beautiful. Why did you chop her up? Oh my God, this is bad. Who gave you that confidence? You dare to act with me? Jiang Zhao's body suddenly transformed into Xia Yan's appearance, complete with a trench coat and scarf. Jiang Yan lightly slapped her scarf-wrapped face. Her expression was dejected, vexed, and heartbroken. I'm not a human. I'm not a human. I'm not a human devil. Devil. Xia Yan's head was buzzing as she pointed at Jiang Yan, her fingers trembling in anger. You. Jiang Yan grabbed Xia Yan's hand and said, Let's go. We're here to carry out a mission. We've already been delayed for 10 seconds. Of course, the star imbuing beads was also one of the missions, but acting was clearly not within the scope of the mission. Fly quickly, Jiang Yan said. Flashing was not practical when searching. If it was a short distance, it would consume a lot of astral power. If it was a long distance, it was likely to ignore the existence of the holy ground. After all, the sea of flowers was lush and dense, and no one knew if the holy ground was in the air or close to the ground. Xia Yan pressed her right ribs with her right hand. As a strong and healthy 19-year-old star warrior, she actually felt a little pain in her liver. She grabbed Jiang Yan's neck and resigned herself to her fate. Since she couldn't get rid of him, she would at least feel more comfortable carrying him than letting him grab her leg. Jiang Yan also began to size up the platinum star bead that he had obtained. Earth Hibiscus star bead, platinum quality. Earth Hibiscus was speechless. Silver quality, star hidden, was speechless. Silver quality, Deputy Prime Minister was speechless. Silver quality. Jiang Yan secretly thought to himself, even though it has been promoted to the platinum quality, the quality of its silver quality star techniques still hasn't been upgraded. However, it didn't matter. His internal star map was upgraded according to the quality of the star beads, not the quality of the star techniques. Jiang Yan directly absorbed the platinum quality star bead, and at the same time, there were some changes on his star technique list. Earth Hibiscus, platinum quality LV. 1 star hidden, platinum quality LV. 1 secondary phase, platinum quality LV. 1 so, I'll be able to upgrade it to diamond quality with another 9 star techniques. If the efficiency is higher, I'll be able to obtain 3 diamond star techniques during this trip to space. Besides, the Wasteland Reclaimers mission this time would take a long time, and there would be a large number of destroyed spaces. Would Jiang Shao have a chance to check the quality of the star techniques above diamond quality? If he really succeeded, he would have to admit that he would never have thought that the first star technique to be upgraded to above diamond quality would be those 3. All of a sudden, Jiang Yan felt his body swaying. Xia Yan grabbed Jiang Yan and couldn't help but shake him from side to side. She said, Change back. Hurry up and change back. I feel uncomfortable. Oh. Jiang Yan responded casually and turned back into Jiang Shao. He continued, By the way, when your star power drops by half, find another Earth Hibiscus and we'll continue to add star power to you. It could be seen that Jiang Zhao's first task was to destroy the holy ground. Otherwise, Jiang Shao could have ignored the holy ground and continued to pour star power into it with Xia Yin. However, Jiang Shao felt that it was unnecessary to do that. There were plenty of space gates on the buffer zone. The soldiers of the two countries did not dare to take a single step into the Wasteland Reclaimers. Besides, the Wasteland Reclaimers were the 7th team of Wasteland Reclaimers led by Jiang Shao. If the captains of the other teams wanted to play it safe, they might not step into the buffer zone to avoid causing disputes. Rumble. After flying for a long time, there was suddenly a violent tremor in the immortal flowers' dimensional space that was reigning. The sea of flowers on the ground swayed left and right, and the ground cracked open while the petals fell one after another. Countless large flowers suddenly came alive and scurried around in a bid to avoid the cracks, and even the abyss that had been torn open. Xia Yin, who was in the tier field, clearly knew how many enemies there were, but Jiang Shao only knew at this moment what kind of monsters were hidden in the sea of flowers beneath his feet. Xia Yin grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's neck and stood in the sky. They destroyed the holy ground. Come on, let's go back. Jiang Shao raised his hand and grabbed Xia Yin's wrist, after which the two of them flashed and returned to the place where they had been previously filled with star beads. The two of them had also flown far enough, and it was no longer raining. Hence, the two of them who had suddenly appeared in the sky began to fall rapidly. Ah! Xia Yin exclaimed. It was obviously too late to cry now, and it would take some time for the dark clouds to gather. She was still holding on to Jiang Shao with her left hand and suddenly threw out the giant blade of death with her right hand. She then aimed it at the flower field in the distance and dashed out. She's actually borrowing power in the air. The blade of death can indeed take me to the ends of the world. At this moment, Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded. He only had the ability to teleport, but he did not have the ability to move at high speed. He was unprepared. Thanks to his diamond-level endurance, his neck did not break. Because of the huge inertia, Xia Yin drew a diagonal line in the air that gradually moved downwards. After exerting force 3 times, she landed on the ground and slid forward for more than 10 meters, breaking through the flowers and plants. However, Xia Yin's feet suddenly collapsed, and she jumped over a deep crack in the ground. She landed steadily and loosened her left hand slightly. Plop! Jiang Shao fell into the flower field, feeling a little dizzy and nauseous. Is this the feeling of moving at high speed? Next time, use this star technique. Tell me, Jiang Shao said while his hand was covered in white light and the light of blessing surged out. He then placed his palm on his forehead. However, Xia Yin said in displeasure, "Don't flash in the air next time. Can't you just land directly?" Jiang Shao said, "Shut up, I'm the captain." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows and leaned over to grab the back of Jiang Zhao's neck again. The blade of death appeared in her right hand again. "Let's go. Captain, I'll charge with you." "Whoosh, don't. Damn it. Jiang Zhao's voice seemed to come from a line, resounding throughout the flower field. And on this line, countless petals were blown up in an instant, fluttering down. At the end of the day, the Blade of Desperation was still a combat-type star technique and not a star technique for traveling. It was a genuine platinum star technique that consumed a large amount of star power, far more than the tier star technique. Xia Yin couldn't keep charging with Jiang Shao. Sensing that her star power was almost depleted, she stopped and threw Jiang Shao onto the ground again. At this moment, the space was no longer vibrating. Ugh! Jiang Shao lay on the ground and vomited. While he was busy, he managed to cast a blessing on himself. The light of blessing that was adjusted to silver quality shone, and Xia Yin reached out to bathe her hands in the light. It had been a long time since she had been healed by a blessing, and her palms had also developed calluses due to the long period of training. Xia Yin stopped while she was ahead and retracted her tender hands, secretly marveling at the beauty of blessing. She even recovered a lot of her physical strength. Jiang Shao stood up unsteadily and looked at Xia Yin with a sullen expression. Incredible! After absorbing the Blade of Death, she had completely released the core star technique of desperation. Xia Yin's combat power had really soared. Xia Yin gestured to the top of the mountain in front of her and said, will arrive after we climb over this mountain. Shall we climb over, or shall I cry? Jiang Shao reached out and said, "Revenge breeds revenge. There's no end to it." Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao vigilantly, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, she reached out and grabbed his hand. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a blessing, but it landed on the top of the mountain in the distance. Xia Yin froze for a moment and didn't react in time. What is Jiang Shao doing? At the next moment, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's bodies flickered instantly, and he grasped their landing spot extremely accurately. Jiang Shao stood outside the pillar of light, and beside him, Xia Yin was bathed in the holy light. "Yell, huh?" Jiang Shao sneered and pulled Xia Yin out. He grabbed her arm with his left hand and placed his right hand on her leg. He then carried her on his neck like he was carrying a pig. He then jumped down the mountain and walked towards the space gate. Sure enough, tricks were forced to come out. Can anyone avoid a blessing? In that case, I'll jump into the milk pool with you guys in the future. Let's see who can avoid it. In the distance, a rippling black space teleportation shield suddenly appeared beside the space gate. As the teleportation shield spread, Han Jiangxue and Gu Shi's figures were revealed. They returned very late, perhaps because Han Jiangxue deliberately gave Jiang Shao time teleport, or because the two of them only teleported back after confirming that the holy ground had been completely destroyed. The two of them looked around with peculiar expressions because they saw the bandit who had just returned from hunting while carrying a pig in the flower field. Xia Yin had long woken up, but she did not struggle. Instead, she stared at the beautiful flower field with a dazed gaze and suddenly said, "Pippi." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Xia Yin seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she pursed her lips and said, "I'm fine." Jiang Shao said, "Oh." Chapter 672. When the group of 4 returned to Earth, it was still in chaos. The scene had not changed in the slightest from when they left. The appearance of the team of 4 attracted the attention of a large number of soldiers. Han Jiangxue ignored them, and the barren wind rose again, sweeping up her teammates and sending them into another space gate. The team of 4 had already been divided into 2 groups, so their efficiency had naturally increased. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin cooperated more and more tacit. The field tear consumed a lot of star power, and every time she exhausted more than half of her star power, she would carry Jiang Shao down and point him in the direction of the Earth Hibiscus. There were Earth Hibiscus and Orchid of the Bell everywhere, and to the 2 of them, there were power banks everywhere, which were simply inexhaustible. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were the first to enter the second-dimensional space. Although the route they chose was slightly off the correct route, Xia Yin continuously adjusted her direction and finally found the holy ground that was suspended in the air. Xia Yin held onto the giant blade of desperation and casually swung it up and down a few times. The flame arcs were thrown out, and the flowers that fell from the holy ground exploded. The holy ground, which was already unstable in the first place, immediately collapsed. From the moment they entered to the moment they left, it only took them 23 minutes, and that was the result of Xia Yin stopping midway to recharge her star power twice. On the list of Jiang Zhao's star techniques, Earthlight, Star Concealment, and Deputy Vision had all reached Platinum Quality Level 3. When the team of 4 walked out of the space gate and appeared on Earth again, they gave the soldiers a great shock. It was their first time coming out of the space gate, and the time taken was acceptable. After all, the team had gone in the wrong direction previously and had just been grouped. However, this time, they managed to destroy a holy ground in just over 20 minutes? What kind of efficiency is that? Aren't they the wasteland reclaimers of China? Are they the mountain-shattering army? It was said that there was a special team in China that was specially established to destroy the holy ground. They were called the Mountain-Shattering Army. 2 hours later, when the team of 4 destroyed another 4 space gates and returned safely, the soldiers on both sides could no longer remain calm. On average, they destroyed 1 immortal flower space in half an hour. Are these young people the king of destruction? Do they have special star techniques for finding the holy ground? Or do they have star techniques like teleportation, or high-speed movement? The soldiers of Half Island and Half Island were right. It turned out that not only did the team possess star techniques like rapid speed and teleportation, but 3 out of the 4 of them also possessed such star techniques, be it teleportation or rapid movement. Such star techniques were extremely precious to the Star Warriors of China, not to mention the 2 small countries on the peninsula. The soldiers on both sides had long guessed that the bandit was Jiang Xiaopi. Although the bandit was wearing a dust-proof mask and a round-edged camouflage fisherman's hat that only revealed his eyes, the giant steel blade was iconic. A man's name is like a tree's shadow. No matter how much he boasted, in the end, he still had to use his strength to speak. When this small team showed the real results to everyone, be it friend or foe, the soldiers all felt a faint sense of awe. The soldiers of Navy Blue might still have a barrier in their hearts that they couldn't overcome. On the other hand, the Jindalai soldiers were very fortunate. Asking for help was effective. Furthermore, the effects were visible to the naked eye. China really didn't lie. Although they only sent a small team to this area, they really got things done. If this boundary formed by the space gate was really cleaned up, it would be a drastic measure to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Amidst the cheers of the Jindalai soldiers, the team did not stop and barged into another immortal flower-dimensional space. In fact, Jiang Xiao and the others were very lucky because the holy ground in these spaces was not too far away. Jiang Xiao said, "It's going to get dark soon. After we destroy this dimensional space, we'll return to the camp. After all, this is the national border and a buffer zone. The night will embolden ugly people." Gu Shi sneered and finally had the time to light a cigarette. He didn't dare to slack off at all since he was beside Han Jiangxue. To put it mildly, he was afraid of being despised by Goddess Shui. To put it more seriously, he was Han Jiangxue's eyes and ears, after all. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to her. Gu Shi exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said while holding the cigarette in his mouth, "Once it gets dark, the imps will have a natural protective umbrella, and it'll be easy for them to cause trouble." Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "Our goal is to destroy the dimensional space, not to start a war between the 2 countries. Besides, we also have to ensure that we get enough sleep. How about that?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "We're in the buffer zone, after all, and will be easily taken advantage of by others. It's decided then. After this space collapses, we'll go back. You 2 choose a direction." Jiang Xiao pointed in the direction of the sun and said, "Same old rules." Gu Shi took a deep puff of the cigarette. There was still half of it left, but he had no choice but to throw it away with a look of pity. Jiang Xiao got a great shock when he saw her throw it away. Gu Shi flicked the cigarette but into a giant flower, and the giant flower immediately stood up, shaking its head wildly, and quickly ran away. Gu Shi chuckled with a mischievous smile on his face. His dark ant sense could allow him to quickly gather information within a certain range. Back when the 4 of them were chatting, he had already discovered a earth rose. Due to the fact that it wasn't a lily of the bell, it didn't pose much of a threat to a certain extent. Besides, it was still concealing itself. Hence, Gu Shi didn't disturb their chat. Han Jiangxue glared at Gu Shi and coldly before opening the teleportation shield. Clearly, there was no holy ground in this vast plain. Hence, she could save some time and teleport directly to the mountains far away. Jiang Xiao watched as the 2 of them disappeared and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This kid is quite something. Xia Yan grabbed Jiang Xiao's neck and said, "Is he more mischievous than you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yan burst into tears and gloomy clouds gathered above her head. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at Xia Yan's teary eyes and couldn't help but say, "Come back here tomorrow morning. Let's bring more water. You've been crying for a few hours. Don't you need to hydrate yourself?" Xia Yan wiped her tears and said, "Jiang Xiaopi, if you really have a conscience, fly with me. I've been carrying you for almost 3 hours. Do you really think I'm made of iron? Didn't I give you my blessings? Didn't I help you recover your energy? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought about it again before saying, "Okay, don't be angry. I'll fly with you." Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and tears welled up in his eyes. The two of them were standing in a beautiful sea of flowers and crying while facing each other. The scene was actually so harmonious. Xia Yin burst into tears of joy. Well, she was truly crying tears of joy. The toxic healer had finally found his conscience. Xia Yin frantically said, "I don't want you to carry me like a bamboo rat. It's embarrassing." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "I've already been carried by you for 3 hours, and you're telling me that it's embarrassing now? Do I not want my pride? Carry me on your back," Xia Yin said happily after stopping her tears, looking like a husky who was happily scattering flowers. Jiang Shao said, "I like carrying you." Xia Yin shook her head vigorously and said, No, I don't want to carry you like a pig." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Why don't I throw you into the space? You can sleep on that big bamboo bear for a while. I'll wake you up when we find the holy ground." Xia Yin was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, "Really?" "Yes." Jiang Shao waved his hand and opened a space door. Xia Yin hesitated for a moment. After all, the two of them were on a mission. Letting him carry her on his back and resting in the space were two completely different behaviors. All of a sudden, Xia Yin felt a little conflicted. Jiang Shao asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Yin shook her head in the end. "Forget it. Let's carry out the mission together. You're so troublesome." Jiang Shao held her back with one hand and wrapped his other hand around her legs. He then carried her in a princess hug and muttered, "Sleep for a while. I'll throw you in when we find the holy ground." Xia Yin knew that she was in the wrong. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. She curled her body and nestled in his arms. Jiang Shao flew up and kept in mind the direction of the sun. After all, it was already covered by dark clouds. In Jiang Zhao's world, he sensed all kinds of flowers and described their shapes. Jiang Shao also finally discovered the sentence in the information. Although the creatures of the Immortal Flower series are humanoid, they all grow in the ground. During the flight, Jiang Shao really discovered a small lily of the bell that was running in the dense forest with its petal head. It's too freaking weird. It's just like a ghost story, all right? Jiang Shao sensed everything in the world and flew around in boredom. He looked down to see that Xia Yin was really taking a nap with her eyes closed. Damn it, is this chick really sleeping? However, it made sense after thinking about it. They rushed all the way to the capital military camp, flew to Jindalai, and then rushed to the battlefield. This was already the 7th immortal flower space that they had entered. The intensity of the first 2 spaces was still acceptable, but the intensity of the search for the last 4 spaces, which are the ones that had been destroyed in the past 2 hours, was extremely high. Blessing could restore her physical strength, but it could not restore her mental strength. After flying for a long time, Jiang Shao slowly landed and Xia Yin opened her eyes warily. Jiang Shao pointed at a giant pink flower and said, "I'm going to replenish some star power." While speaking, Jiang Shao hung the light of mud on a white flower behind him. Regardless of how fragile their bodies were, the star beast definitely had more star power than Jiang Shao since they were both in the 3rd stage. After filling it with star power, Jiang Shao mobilized the star power of the bamboo bear cub and cast countercurrent light at the purple flower. Xia Yin's body flashed, and the flowers filled the sky. She then killed the lily of the bell that was in a hidden state. Jiang Shao said, "My earth light, star concealment, and deputy star concealment are all going to be upgraded." Huh? Xia Yin froze for a moment before wiping her wet face with joy. "That's great. Are there going to be diamond quality star techniques again? Let's see the effects later." While speaking, Jiang Shao cut off the countercurrent light and watched as the pink earth hibiscus entered the platinum quality. He was already familiar with everything. After the earth hibiscus was upgraded, Jiang Shao cast countercurrent light and replenished all the star power that he had lost. At the same time, he also replenished Xia Yan's star power. The countercurrent light was cut off again, and the flowers were washed away again. Before the petals in the sky fell to the ground, Xia Yin had already slid back with the star bead. Jiang Shao held onto the star bead and absorbed it. Earthlight level up. Diamond quality level 0. Star concealment level up. Diamond quality level 0. Deputy star level up. Diamond quality level 0. Jiang Shao read the introduction at the back of the star technique, and his eyes widened. Diamond Earthlight. When the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. Continuous consumption of star power when activated can vibrate and have a new star map. The number of star slots and star beads that have been embedded cannot be changed. 0/1. Diamond Star Concealment. Seals the star power in the body. Can be activated at any time. Diamond Deputy Star Concealment. Second appearance. Continuous consumption of star power when activated. Peak that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.